Hello Poppets, Media Ghoul here. Now, I know what you're thinking. What the hell, Media Ghoul? What time is this? This is completely different to all the other streams that you've been doing in regards to chit-chatting about Arcane. Well, I thought in this timeless void of mine, it doesn't really matter what time I put this out, right? You guys are going to jump in whether or not it's midnight where you are or 3 a.m. I know you guys are keen to chat about Arcane. As am I, as you all know. But unfortunately, guys, the reality is the Arcane Season 2 hate is not going to end. We are going to have to continue chit-chatting about it. So, as you can see with the high-budget, very professional slideshow that you're about to witness, as I've dubbed a cringe point by the Mardia. So we're going to be talking about dropped plots, we're going to be talking about plot holes, and we're going to be talking about character changes in between Season 1 and Season 2, and by golly, sometimes even in the season itself. We've got a lot of slides to go through, a lot of things to chit-chat about, so let's just dive in. And I do want to say as well, before we go, if there's any kind of changes or plot holes or dropped plots, and that's in regards to things that you were quite certain that they were going to go down path-wise, but they kind of dropped the ball or forgot about it or went in a different direction, which maybe we weren't expecting. If any of those are on your mind and you want me to discuss them or us to have a chat about them, pop them into the chat while you're watching the stream or chuck them into the comments once the stream is done. And, if we don't talk about it, if you aren't here in the chat to talk about it, I'll collect up any of the interesting ones in the comments and we can, have another little highbrow, very professional slideshow. Now, as you know, I am a complete scrub, noob, amateur when it comes to live streaming, so let me mute for a few seconds, make sure the audio's okay for you guys. That sounds alright to me. If it's a bit quiet or you hear stuff in the background, do let me know, and I'll get that sorted for you. It's a tango, it's a bit of a game, a bit of a dance when it comes to audio and live streaming and all that fun stuff. And just before we jump straight into the first slide, just as a quick heads up, shortly, maybe after we've done a few slides, I'll need to take a small few-minute break, which I'll obviously keep the live stream going, and then we're going to jump straight back in and do the rest of the slides without any more breaks, hopefully. But let's have a chat about Arcane Season 2, shall we? So as said before, dropped plots, plot holes, and character changes. So, what, by golly, do we have to chat about first? Let's have a look. So we've got Zorn, Piltover, and the class conflict. Now, this is a biggin, I think you probably already know. Even people that love Season 2 say it's perfect, absolutely adore the season, do agree that this plot line was dropped or set aside or, my goodness, even forgot about potentially, which I think let a lot of people down. They were very much looking forward to seeing the resolution of literally 2 seasons worth of build-up for this particular conflict. Whether or not that conflict includes violence in any way, not necessary. We'll talk about the options in a moment, but I do think it's fair to say that some people were quite disappointed with the way this particular plotline went down. So what do we have here to chit-chat about? Okay, as mentioned, 2 seasons of build-up, or I guess technically a season and a half, 1.5 seasons of build-up, to just kind of drop it, right? Let's be completely frank. They kind of left the Zorn Piltover relationship in the dark, so then Zorn could come in and Riders of Rohirrim in the finale, right? Because you can't have the surprise save if you know it's coming. Unless it's the Riders of Rohan in Lord of the Rings. We knew that they were coming the whole movie. But right, so you've seen the show. You know how it goes. You've got people, or Piltover at least, trying to get Zorn to join up with this conflict, this fight that's coming up with Ambisa, Noxus, and Victor and his robo homies. And then we get a little bit of a montage, right? You know, we see the DJ Premier lady who is part of the blue-haired cult, you know, nudge an enforcer, like, bro, get out of my face, and then realize, oh, maybe they're actually not a bad person, which, I mean, come on, guys. A little bit on the nose there. That's fine. Absolutely fine. A little bit on the nose, though, right? That she has such an incredible change of outlook and attitude in about 5 seconds, but that's kind of like how the show went, unfortunately. So yeah, we had those moments of, hey, come on, Zorn, are you going to do anything? You're going to save your home? You're going to help us out? Which some people end up doing, and the enforcers, you know, grow their ranks. And then, the chem addict, chem baron goons basically come in and save the day, which is a little bit cringe to me, but I'm sure some people liked it. Like, they liked seeing, oh goodness, his name has escaped me, the chef feller. He does have a name, and he is referred, his name is used in the show. But I've forgotten it. You guys know the big fish man, Zeb's, Steb's, older cousin, right? He comes in, Savika comes in, and just like one of Silco's old goons is there. You know the shot. You guys know the shot I'm talking about. Unfortunate. So why is it so unfortunate, right? So look, many fans wanted to see very different resolutions, but we got nothing instead. Yikes. So what does that mean? So I've seen a lot of people, within the fandom, online, on Reddit, all of that sort of place. There are so many opinions about how this particular plot line should go down, should be resolved. Unfortunately, as I put there, we got none of them, right? There are a lot of people out there that believe, and I'm not saying anyone's right or wrong here, I'm just going to say what some people believe. There are many people that believe that Piltover are the worst, literally the worst, and Zorn deserves some kind of redemption there. Branching off that, there were people that wanted to see the downfall of Piltover and the uprising of Zorn. There are some people that were very, very invested and interested in a resolution of some sort, right? Because, without going into too much detail, we're talking Arcane here, but the unfortunate reality is there are some aspects of this particular plot line and some visuals and some ideas that do kind of line up with some events and places that have happened in real life. And as you probably know, many people have very strong opinions about those things on both sides of the aisles. And it would have been very interesting to see how these writers tackle such a not only critical tension, I guess that's not the word, situation in our real world, but in their fantasy one too. Again, I'm not saying anything on either side. The stream is about the fantasy world of Runeterra, but I think you know where I'm going with that, right? There were many people, I feel, that were quite invested in seeing how these quote-unquote very intelligent writers deal with a situation like this, because it is complicated. There's a lot of facets. There's a lot of stuff going on. And, you know, for a resolution to happen, there are going to be many upset people on both sides, but that's where the drama and the conflict and all of that can come from. As I mentioned before, we don't need a conflict between the two that involves violence at all. Maybe we get a resolution that both sides see as bad and good, and we kind of... Look, I don't have the answers. I'm not getting paid to figure these things out. But I think you know where I'm going with that, right? It would have been quite interesting to see at least their take on something that many people can see happening in the real world, all over the world, right? There are many people who wanted to see Zorn become Zorn, the Zorn that we know from the game and the lore and that sort of thing. They wanted to see some form of unification that didn't involve just blending a whole bunch of factions together at the last moment for a Yahoo, we're here to help save the day moment in the finale. Yeah, look, the sad reality is, as mentioned, within this season alone, I feel there are many setups for this particular plot line, but a little bit let down in that regard. And it is unfortunate, because I did think that these particular themes and something like this is kind of core to the story of Arcane. I mean, episode 1 begins with the end of the quote-unquote original conflict, quote-unquote. These two cities have hundreds and hundreds of years of history, but to us, to the Arcane story, we begin with the quote-unquote original conflict, potentially then to loop back into a similar conflict in the future. But yes, instead of the writers having any particular strong stances either way, or trying to figure out an interesting way to have Zorn independence and Piltover and work together and be in quote-unquote harmony. Nah. Nah. We'll just do episode 7 and we'll just say, Vi's dead, so everything's beautiful, alright? No, it's not, everybody knows it's not just because Vi's dead. There's many facets going on, but... we all know it's because Vi died that the alternate universe is so fantastic, right? So, yeah, I mentioned that before as well. So you've got so many Zornite factions to just be blended together between episodes. You've got the Chem Barons, each Chem Baron really are their own kind of faction or group, but the Chem Barons, you've got the Firelights, and you've got the Blue-Haired Cult. But yeah, look, it just seemed like you went from everybody's kind of not trusting each other, literally Echo and the Firelights are having to let people take refuge in their area because of what's been going down throughout the lanes and Zorn in general. For them to just be like, yeah, I guess I'll join up with those Chem Baron goons who kidnapped and basically enslaved children and... maybe orphaned them as well. Yeah, look. If you think Piltover is quite bad, you should also feel that the Chem Barons are quite bad. Why they can just be amalgamated into their happy-go-lucky, quote-unquote, Zorn is a little bit beyond me. Why Savika was chosen to be the representative of Zorn, because she had a speech by Vander's statue. I don't know. There was literally, in the season, gangland warfare in the streets, because the Chem Barons were vying for power. But somehow they managed to all just vote Savika in because, yeah, I guess she had a nice speech, right? Okay, that's fine. And yeah. My goodness, what's the point of Savika even being on the council? Let's be frank. There are more than 2 members on this council, and the council take votes. Anytime Savika tries to push forward something for Zorn, it'll most probably be voted down. Now, this would be an interesting plot to follow, if we got to follow it. All we can do is just assume that, even though they share the odd glance, well, everything's going to be reasonably ticky-boo to lead into the lore and the canon of the games. Right? I don't know. Never heard of Savika before, but perfectly fine. And yeah, look, again, maybe that's a bit nitpicky, that point. Maybe that is the point, right? Like, yes, Savika's on the council, but, it literally means nothing, and we're just going to go down the same path that's been gone down many times when it comes to Zorn and what Zorn used to be and what Piltover is and Piltover used to be. Unfortunate. Super unfortunate. And yeah, like, you have, as I mentioned at the start of the slide, people who really love the show, who are just very disappointed that this got dropped so dramatically, right? Because you've got a season and a half of build-up for Ambisa and Techno Jesus to take over the core conflict of the show. Which, yeah, doesn't really speak to a lot of people. I think that's another frustration with the finale and where it goes. A lot of people can relate to and ponder upon and think about class and class conflict and one big city maybe taking advantage of another smaller, less powerful city, so then they can build all their industrial zones and modernize and industrialize while the other city goes backwards. That happens in the real world. There's a lot of people that relate to Piltover and Piltovans. There are a lot of people that relate to Zorn and Zornites. There are a lot of people that are very interested in seeing how that dynamic goes moving forward. Do you want to see where that goes? No. You want to see Techno Jesus have a chit-chat with Jace while I was about to say a joke which is not appropriate. I'm glad I caught myself on that. Goodness me, that would have been rough. His robot friends. His evolved, right? And yeah, it's just you've got the good guys, bad guys, quote unquote, to some people. To most of us, we realize that the show plays in the grey, and not the grey as in the toxic gas that Caitlyn unleashes on children, but the grey is in there ain't really many good guys and bad guys. Is Silco a bad guy? Silco's a villain, yes. Is he necessarily good or bad in a black and white sense? You can talk for hours about that. And yeah, as mentioned, I feel there's a lot of people that would have been interested to see how these writers tackle that, but I guess maybe they didn't want to. What do we have next? Echo. That took forever to type, mate. And his opinion of the council. Interesting little point here. So, as you can see on screen, when Echo and Caitlyn meet and they have a little bit of a chitter-chatter, Echo has quite a low opinion on the council, going as far as chewing out Caitlyn, which she has nothing to do with it, but her mother does, right? Her mother sits the council, so fair that he would vent many of his frustrations out on Caitlyn. I mean, jeepers, in his opinion, look at all the horrendous things that Piltover has done to his home and his people, and yeah, he needs a bit of an outlet against that. Totally understandable, totally with you, brother. However, he becomes best buds with Heimerdinger. You know, the guy who is like the probably only one you can actually blame for these issues, as he's been on the council for hundreds of years and founded the gosh darn city, my brother. Look, I'm sorry, but you know, Caitlyn's mother did quite a bit of work in regards to air ventilation. You know the quote that she says in season 2? What was it? Zornites deserve to breathe fresh air, as if that's something that requires the Piltover citizens to be persuaded into agreeing with. But she did a bit of work, whether or not that's to make her look good, whatever. The work was done. So, let's be completely frank and beans here. Caitlyn and Caitlyn's mother seem to be the only one that we at least have evidence of that actually gives a shit about Zorn and its people, right? Heimerdinger, however, somehow just has kind of forgotten about Zorn. Really, my brother in Christ, because, you've been around for a long time, hundreds of years, in fact. You've, quote-unquote, founded Piltover, and Zorn was around for a lot longer. Again, these two locations have a lot more history than just as Zorn and Piltover. And you just, forgot that you have an entire city right across the river? Gee willikers, in season 1, it's like you're seeing things for the first time. Jaime, my guy, when you're alive for hundreds of years, you've got a lot of time on your hands, yeah? And I understand that you do some fantastic inventions and everything like that, but you never had, half a day to go across the river and walk around and see just how bad it was in Zorn? Dude, you've been on the council for how long? And I guess, I'm talking a lot about Heimerdinger and his faults here. The point is, Echo absolutely is justified in his very negative opinion on the council, because they are the shot makers. They make the calls that he perceives as, again, ruining his home, polluting his home, etc. Except the one guy that you can actually blame, right, is right in front of you. And you don't really have much of a conversation there. Little bit strange. Little bit bizarre. Okay. Whatever. Quick sip of water. Excellent. Now, again, this could be absolutely considered as nitpicky. Perfectly fine. We've got a lot of slides, okay? But, this was just such a bizarre thing to me because Echo could have actually had a very interesting conversation with Heimerdinger about this, right? And could have brought up the points that I am bringing up. And we could have had some interesting introspective from Heimerdinger. My brother, why do you not know all this stuff's happening? As I said, you've been here for 300 or 400 years and you don't know how bad it is? That just seems a little bit... And that also feeds into the drop in IQ I feel Heimerdinger had in between seasons, even though a lot of this obviously is reflected on season 1 as well. But it just becomes more apparent in season 2 because Echo and Heimerdinger are so... buddy, I guess. A little bit of time has passed, so I assume that they had a little chit-chat off-screen while Echo was healing his leg, let's say, right? Now, super quickly, as mentioned at the start of the stream, I will be back in just a few minutes, and we will smash this all out. Just give me, as mentioned, a few uno momentos, and I shall return. Apologies if you've just nipped into the stream. My bad. I'll just be a few minutes and I'll be back. We've got a lot of slides to go through, so we'll be here for a while. Give me a few minutes. Lovely. My apologies about that, folks. But now, well, I think we've got all the time in the world, right? So, especially here in my timeless void, talking about Arcane, all that fun stuff. So where we left off, Echo and his opinion on the council, we'd just gone through all of that. So, as mentioned in that section, a little bit interesting to me that Echo has the opportunity to have a chit-chat to the guy that, has actually been making some pretty bad calls for his home for like 400 years and doesn't really seem to have that conversation. Unfortunate, something I would have liked to see, something I think Echo himself would have been able to articulate quite well, especially with everything that he's achieved at such a young age. Heimerdinger says it himself in Season 1. And yeah, he even becomes his apprentice, his pupil, right? So it's just like, brother, you're gonna chew out Caitlyn for her mother, but not the guy that actually caused it. All right, moving right along. Why did you click there? There we go. What do we have next, folks? Well, my. Well, beautiful. We have Sarlo and his shimmer addiction. Now, little bit of a nitpick potentially, but hear me out. All right? So, one of the big issues that I have with this particular little plot line is we spend precious screen time on a subplot to a subplot's subplot for it to go nowhere, right? Now, much like a lot of issues that I have with particular elements of the show, if this was season 2 of a 5-season show, whatever, you're not even thinking about, screen time, how much time is being spent with particular plot lines or characters when we know where it's going to go. Because we got all the time in the world to tell these stories. But we all know Season 2 did not, unfortunately, have all the time in the world to tell its story. So you start to notice places and areas which maybe have a small amount of world building and character building going on in the background, but frankly doesn't lead anywhere at all in the grand scheme of the story. If you have, 9 40-minute episodes for 6 hours of a season, even if you spend 10 minutes, 7 to 10 minutes in that 6 hours is wasted. Unfortunately, just kind of how it goes. So we spend screen time, Sarlo, he's in his parlor or whatever it is, his bordello or whatever, whatever kind of wealthy Piltovan he is. And he's got, what's her name? I put her No. I put her in the slide, so we'll get to her name later. Don't worry, I do know it. Lest? No, I'm not even going to try. And, we learn that he's, getting addicted to getting this, shimmer drawn onto his legs, maybe giving him a bit of feeling and that sort of thing. So Mel gets the shimmer for what exactly, right? Because to me, both options, which is to why she would get it, don't make any sense at all, right? To pocket him or replace him. So the two realities with the situation is Mel is going to use the shimmer to put Sarlo in her pocket instead of Anbisa's, right? Whether using that information over him, blackmail of sorts, or, giving him a steady supply of the drug that he's addicted to, shimmer, just to, again, keep him in the back pocket away from Anbisa. I'd say Mel could probably get a lot more access to shimmer than Anbisa potentially could, right? So you've got that element there. Or the other option is she's wanting to use the shimmer addiction to get Salo kicked off the council. Seen as he is being manipulated by Mbisa, Mel might think it wise to get him removed. Now, the situation, or the issue with that situation is we have seen in the show, Mbisa seems to be able to take advantage of a situation like that very easily. So we don't want Mbisa, who put 20 levels into charisma off rip, to have the opportunity to just install another plant that she has power over, because you've removed Salo from that seat. The other issue with the first one that I mentioned is, okay, you've got Salo. What's stopping Mbisa manipulating anybody else, right? There's only so many council members there. She just seems to need one, but the way the plan goes, it doesn't matter anyway, because Caitlin is in charge, right? So you have this subplot to a subplot which goes nowhere, and then the subplot to that subplot's subplot also goes nowhere. Because Salo is butchered by punished Jace, or it goes nowhere because, again, he's dead. So why does Mel need the shimmer, right? It just seems like wasted time. And as mentioned at the start of the slide, when you've got limited time on a series that already feels incredibly rushed, it's noticeable when we're just kind of wasting screen time on things that don't really lead anywhere in particular. And I know what you're thinking. Well, he needs to go see Victor. Well, he didn't need the extra shimmer addiction to go see Victor. The brother can't walk, right? So we didn't need all these extra steps to get Salo to be changed by Victor for Jace to then skedaddle him, as I've put in the video, right? Just a bit of wasted time. We could see that Salo was made paraplegic, or however it happened, through the accident. We could then see that Mbisa is manipulating him in some way, and then Jace blats him. Right, like we don't need any extra minutes spent on like Lest or whatever her name is, their name is, her name is. I'm not too sure. Haven't looked into the preference of our precious furry princess, but yeah, for me it just kind of led nowhere. And again, like the Mbisa manipulation just kind of led to Caitlin's being planted anyway. So what was the point of giving Salo all of the screen time? I don't know. So it was cool when Jace blats him. I laughed when it happened, right? I thought it was pretty cool. I thought, oh my goodness, here we go. Yeah, punished Jace is here. And then he wasn't, right? So maybe a bit nitpicky, but we got to be counting the minutes in a rushed season, right? We've got to try and figure out why exactly it's so squeezed and rushed. And whenever you have time spent on something that you think kind of maybe goes nowhere, you start to think of where we could have actually spent that time elsewhere on things that we wanted to see. But next up, we've got Savika and her opinion of Jinx, right? And this could also be her opinion / relationship with Jinx. Seems to change, in my opinion, between seasons. So, she joins Silco. She was on Vander's side, as we see at the start of the video. Savika doesn't like that Vander is appearing to be so weak. One of Savika's little goons is like, well, brother, you just don't want to give up your kids. Whether or not that influences Savika at all, I didn't want to put that in the slide. Look, to me, I may have wanted to include, look, she is more than happy to give people over to Piltover to make them look stronger, But she didn't say it, so I'm not including it and planting it on her character because that would make things even worse moving forward, right? But when she's with Silco, she seems more than happy to just kill Vi, Clagger, and Milo, right? Like, she goes to fight Vi, and Silco's like, nah, we're going to get the Shimmer Boy to do it. A little bit, morbid, their children, Savika, okay, fine, moving forward from that. So she has a turbulent relationship with Jinx throughout season 1, even going as far as to use her fragile mental state against her, which we see in the video there, right? Jinx is trying to figure out who this person is in town, and Savika, knowing that she has a lot of mental issues, says, hey bro, it's your sister, ha ha ha, she's not here for you though, she's after XYZ. Right, so she's more than willing to, like, poke at and use Jinx's basically mental illness to, like, get at her. Like, you even look at some of the faces she pulls during that scene. I don't know if that's something that someone that likes you would do. Like, that's pretty horrific. We also see there that Jinx kind of clowns on Savika, right? Ties her up on the roof and paints on her and da-da-da-da-da, which, again, that's not really how you build up a strong relationship between these two characters. So, look, you've got her, viewing strength as importance, with one of her goons saying, look, you're doing this because you don't want to give your kids up. She has such, like, this awful, in my opinion, relationship with Jinx. Like, to me, the only tender moment with Savika that through Silco involves Jinx is when Savika is like, look, you just have to let her come to you. Like, I was a daughter once, right? Like, you just kind of, like, giving Silco a bit of advice, right? But that's not because she likes Jinx, that's because she likes and respects Silco. It was advice for Silco, not Jinx. Again, like, takes advantage of her fragile mental state just to, like, get a cheeky little stab in the side. She clowns on her. And then season 2, she becomes a Jinx stan. And she's like, to the Chem Barons, we don't give up our own, right? Which is why I mentioned what the goon was saying earlier. It's like, well, maybe she didn't, maybe one of the reasons she left Vander was because he looked weak for not giving his daughter up. To a lot of these people in Zorn, one of these shitbag kids broke into Piltover, caused an explosion, and now the cops are in our neighborhood, beating up our friends, doing nasty stuff, right? It's got nothing to do with us. That little shitbag kid needs to face consequence or whatever. Sorry, but I don't feel in a place like the Lanes and the Fishers and Zorn in general, everyone is so chum-chum, shoulder to shoulder. We have Huck selling out Vi to Silco for a bit of shimmer. Yes, he's a shimmer addict, but he still does it. Like, it just seems a little bit too, well, that's quite nice, right? The reality is that a lot of people should actually hate Jinx. A lot of people that live in Zorn should not have high opinions of her. Do you want to know why? Well, what happens when word gets out? And sure, it's unbelievable, but we as an audience know it's fact. What happens if word gets out to Zorn that the council literally were voting for their independence and Jinx blew half of them up, and now they have security checkpoints everywhere? And they get beaten up with, like, police brutality, and they get, if you're in the wrong gang, you basically get swept up off the sweat streets, physically abused and tortured for information. Really? Really? I don't know. Sure, you can have some kind of, like, niche cult grow around her as some kind of figure of anarchy, right? Not resistance, anarchy. But I feel there should be a lot of people in Zorn that actually despise Jinx, and we get none of that. We get none of the grey, right? We get no differing opinions. Yeah, the Chem Barons want to give her up, but that's probably just to get the enforcers off their backs. Why do none of the civilians actually just despise her for what's happened and blame her for what's happened? Again, I'm not saying that everything's her fault. If you love Jinx and, you think that everything that she's done is justified, whatever. I'm just saying I'm sure there should be plenty of people with that opinion. I'm sure there's plenty of people that just want to go about life, work, make a living, have a family, and be safe, right? Someone goes and blows up half the bloody council. What do you expect's going to happen, right? Nothing good. I don't think we can expect anything good to come out of something like that, unfortunately. So this slide's basically about, as mentioned, I just feel Savika had quite a rough and... Let me move that. Sorry if that made a loud noise. Bit of a rough and tumble relationship with Jinx in Season 1. I didn't see many, if any, aspects that would lead me to think that she becomes like a guardian almost to Jinx or her number 2. It just didn't really lead down that path for me, especially, Savika loves strength, people of power. That's why she respected Vander. That's why she left Vander. That's why she joined Silco. That's why she lost an arm protecting Silco, right? You don't just do that because the guy pays you a bit of cash, right? Or gives you a bit of shimmer on the side, yeah? Like, it literally goes from, yeah, I understand why Savika's doing this, to why is Savika doing any of this? She, I'm sorry, was not a good person, and I've said it before, the show plays in the grey, right? But I feel there are more elements pushing her towards the bad side than the good side. Remember, she was Silco's number 2, so a lot of the bad stuff Silco did all throughout Season 1, you can put half the blame on Savika. They even decided to give her the lines of, well, I actually did everything. Oh, Savika, did ya? So all the bad, horrible stuff that everybody hates Silco for, you also did all of that? All right. And now you're like a freedom fighter. Okay. Interesting. Interesting little change that occurred there. Perfectly fine. If we led to it. But we didn't. What do we have next after young Savika? We've got Mel. Oh, I know where this is going. We got Mel, Jace, and their relationship. Oh, no. Yes, I feel... There are a lot of Mel fans out there. I love Mel as a character. Love her design from Season 1. Her character from Season 1. When she didn't have magic. I loved when she was like a schemer. Like this brilliant, intelligent, wealthy council member who's got all of these little plots and schemes going on. It's like an interesting counter to Silco the schemer, right? You have these two planners that are doing their little workies. One is working, and both, I guess, working for the greater good of their own ambitions, right? And then she becomes a magical angel and whatever. But Mel and Jace, they had quite a special little relationship that a lot of people quite liked. I feel a lot of people not only liked the relationship, but appreciated it too, because you had Mel actively playing Jace, and the audience knew that because we saw Mel's schemes, but we also saw Mel teach Jace very valuable lessons, and I feel there were elements where Mel was falling for Jace, and Jace was like this young, up-and-coming, the number 1 guy, right? So he was kind of swept up in the tornado of fame of being the man of progress and all of this kind of stuff. So it made it an interesting relationship because there was quite a few layers going on. You had layers that you were like, ooh, Mel, you're playing Jace, ooh. But then you've got other layers of, ooh, maybe you do actually like him, my goodness. And then it feels like it develops into an actual IRL non-Minecraft relationship, non-RuneScape based relationship. And then, well, if you liked that, sorry, we're going to throw all that to the side, unfortunately. So, a couple kind of little bugbears with the whole thing. So, Jace is upset with Mel after she's all arcaned up, even though he is currently infected by the anomaly in his leg. He has a hex rune inside him, and he's just made a deal with Victor. Dude, you've got no legs to stand on, my brother. I'm sorry, but you literally have, like, anomaly goop infecting your leg, doing only literally the Victor gods know about. You've got a hex rune inside you, which if you've seen my impact frames, you'll see they quite intentionally show the hex rune spread and infect, like tentacles are wrapping around his arm inside of him. And he just made a deal with like a timey-wimey, I've come from every reality to have a chit-chat with you, my brother in Christ, right? Like, where is any of that coming from or going? Because why are you upset at Mel for having magic? And I know what you're thinking, that's not the only reason. It just made me cringe a little bit when he was upset at that. So he 180s on her because he thinks she was using him, obviously. Obviously, Jace. She's hot as almighty fuck. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. It slipped out. The F word, my apologies. Naughty, I'm not meant to swear. Because she's super hot, she's super smart, she's incredibly wealthy. She basically taught you everything you need to know. Oh my god, you're playing me? Jace, my boy, you should be so lucky to be played. And yeah, he thinks she was using him, obviously she was, and acts like a child instead of having like a conversation with your partner, with your girlfriend, you know, with your lover, whatever you want to call it, your boo, right? Dude, I know you've just had a really horrible time playing your survival-only mode of Only Up in the future, but, you know, how's about you have a chat about it? How's about you be an adult and converse with your significant other about what you think may be something that's quite bad? No, instead he just goes, meh, you're never going to be a passenger on this aircraft, he says as he points at his groin. Like, you know, that was a bit cringe when he did that. Yeah, do you want to know why? This is why. Let's be frank, right? Let's be frank. If you're really into the relationship and you're wondering why it just dissipated into nothing for really no particularly good reasons, that's the reason, right? They broke up for the shipping. Yeah. To give the JVIC shippers the hope that they required to move forward in life. You know, to give them the imagery that they required, that they'll be able to post on Reddit every day for 1,000,000 years. Quite unfortunate. I've seen some interesting tweets. I think they're tweets. I'm not going to display them because I don't know if they're real, so it hasn't swayed my opinion. I'm only going to talk about things that I can say is real, and this person did say this. All I saw was screenshots on Reddit, right? So it could be literally made in Photoshop. However, it is important to point out that one of the writers, I will not name, said something quite interesting when asked about Jace and Mel's relationship, and the answer was kind of along the lines of, look, everything that I do here is very intentional for very particular reasons, right? And it's like, well, if you read into that, you know, maybe she broke them up for the JVIC ship. You know, it's a step of a lead because of something that might not be real. That's why it's, you know, it's unsubstantiated to me. I'm not going to put it in the slideshow and go, guilty, 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 and smash my gavel on the table. No. It's just something to think about, right? Because I, as I said literally a few minutes ago, really liked the relationship. It wasn't the average, normal-ass relationship that we'd see in a show like this. You had positives and negatives. Mel was playing him, so you had layers going on there. But whatever, you know. Redditors are going to Reddit, and, you know, more power to them. Hopefully they watch the new shows, right, that don't involve all the ships that they love, right? Unfortunate if they don't. Oh no, Heimerdinger. Oh no, my boy. Jaime. And his fear of the arcane. My goodness, what do we have to talk about here? So on the left we have, you don't know the horrors of the arcane. And then on the right, we've got Season 2, Hex Tech. Yes! And he starts singing a friggin' Bob Dylan anti-war song, right? So, or anti-nuclear song. So, yeah, look, to me, he goes from, in Season 1, willing to watch Victor die due to his fear of the arcane. Like, literally let Victor fade due to his sickness, because he does not want to aid in bringing the arcane into this world, even though the arcane is already in the world and has been for like 10,000 years, but whatever, that's different lore, it's fine. He goes from willing to watch the boy, the man, the myth, the legend, Victor die, due to his fear to the arcane, to, yeah, let's get it going, y'all, right? Like, where, I'm sorry, did this come from? There's one line of dialogue where he says, I'm not going to let another student down. So you're going to introduce Hex Tech into this fantastic universe, which is so wonderful because Hex Tech doesn't exist. Jace offed himself. Vi is no longer around. Really, my brother in Christ? You're going to sack this entire place? Well, I'm not going to let another student down. Where did that go, man? Because I thought it was, in Season 1, quite powerful when he was like, I'm sorry, Victor. Like, you know, but, you know, the reality is, you know, the brighter sparks, they often burn out the fastest, or whatever the quote is. It's a beautiful quote. I've probably just butchered it. He goes from that to, yeah, I'll help you make a time machine out of Hex Tech, yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, and then he sacrifices the body of that universe's Heimerdinger. Just kills them, quote unquote. I know, trust me, I've talked about it 50 times on this channel. I get it. Yordles are immortal. I understand. But my brother in Christ, you took over this other person's body and sacrificed them. That's a bit rough. That's a bit rough and tumble, my brother in Christ. Not only does he introduce Hex Tech into this lovely world that doesn't have it, but he also ensures the anomaly is created there also. So yes, this is how the anomaly sent Echo and Heimerdinger to this alternate universe, because the anomaly exists here as well. If you've seen my analysing every frame videos, I talk about it often whenever it comes up, where there is heaps of little frames and visual storytelling elements to tell you that that's what's going on. It shows you the infinitude of the anomaly throughout all of the timelines, right? So visually, at least, that's set up very well. And then, you know, when you get to episode 7 and you're seeing that stuff, you're like, well, how can they possibly be there? The anomaly doesn't exist. And then we see it right at the end. Basically, when Heimerdinger sets up the big time machine thingy, we see as he like plugs it in and turns it on, there are a few frames that show the anomaly basically appear around that particular machine, right? So, yeah, dude, what a bizarro 180, which frankly, I'm sorry, you can't give me one line of dialogue that explains that. I'm not going to let another student down, but you did. You were willing to. What changed? What changed? Like, is the only thing that changed, is that now you're the one that's making it? I don't know. Like, seriously, I don't know what happened between Season 1 and Season 2 to make Heimerdinger just so, within basically one conversation, be like, yep, yeah, I'll introduce Hextech here. Absolutely. No problems. I'm not even going to be concerned about it. Yes, Heimerdinger is a brilliant inventor. One of the best inventors. I think Ziggs is better, but one of the best inventors, in fact. So sure, he can probably make a time machine that works both as a interdimensional portal and a time machine. Sure. But why? Why? You've spent several years, you've spent over 1,000 days in this universe as a council member of Piltover. I would assume one of the reasons why Zorn is so nice right now is because for the last few years, Heimerdinger, who is now aware of the plights and the perils of people that live in Zorn, so he's actively been writing policy and making votes to help Zorn become a better place, open it up, maybe gave them independence, right? And you're going to sack all of that? Really? To make a bit of hex tech? To save your universe, maybe? Maybe you should say that. You know, I'm willing... Maybe we need a line of dialogue there from young Heimerdingadonga to be like, I'm willing to destroy this entire universe to save our universe, Echo. And then he becomes the villain, and, you know, it'll be great. I don't know, man. I loved Jaime. Thought he was great. Thought he was a great character who was hyper-intelligent, hyper-competent, but had, like, zero social skills, because that's probably what that type of person would be, or that type of yordle will be like. Remember, he's not even, like, quote-unquote human. Do bear that in mind. And yeah, they turn him into a bit of a tee-hee, look at the furry little clown guy. Ugh. I don't know about all that. Again, as I said, I loved them. And then they turned him into a bit of a tee-hee, isn't he silly? And the only turret Heimerdinger makes in 2 seasons of Arcane is a bubble turret. Dude, he would have been great in the final fight. He could have had turrets everywhere shooting bubbles. Ooh, Nami bubbles, wow. Like, the whole show, I was waiting for Heimerdinger to make a turret. That's all I wanted to see. Literally, that's all I wanted to see. Oh my gosh, one moment. I just need to go close the door. 1 second. I'm going to still talk so you can hear me, because I'm still here, everybody. I'm not going anywhere. Oh God, better move that though. Excellent. Now, okie dokie. Yeah, a little bit disappointing. Not one turret, not one, and you did one, and it was it shot bubbles. Oh, fine, whatever. Moving on. What do we have here? We've got Jinx. We've got an unfortunate one here, folks. We've got Jinx in her mental state. Many people seem to disagree with me on this, but I'm going to talk about it anyway. Because it's my stream, so I'm going to talk about it, you know. Now, yeah. Like, I've said this on a few streams and a few videos. I even made an entire video dedicated to looking at all of this through both seasons. But my favourite visual element from season 1 was reduced to a 12-second section in season 2. Oh, that killed me, man. And look, hey, it's a great 12 seconds. I loved analysing that, going through it frame by frame. There's so much going on in that 12 seconds. You've got the Isha sacrifice foreshadowing, where she literally does exactly what she's going to do in a few episodes' time. You get to see how Jinx actually views Savika, even though the writing may tell you otherwise. I feel the animators maybe wanted to remind you that they didn't have a good relationship, because Jinx views Savika as one of her monsters. If you didn't see my analysing every frame video, she actually designed the Savika arm based on the monster that she views her as, right? We see Savika become the arm, and then we see the arm on the arm. Like it's great. There, it's on screen right there. It was on screen for like a second, just as I pointed it out. But it's fantastic. You've got all these tiny, tiny little elements. You've got like there's a section there where you've got literally like Silco watching Savika like abuse or yell at Jinx. Right? You've got a section there where you see Vi defending and protecting Jinx, or at least the gauntlets, which is how she sees Vi sometimes, from Savika. Like there's in that 12 seconds, there is better storytelling going on than half the season. Oh dear, I'm going to get in trouble for saying that, aren't I? Oh, people aren't going to like that. But yeah, look, I and it's sad, obviously. Jinx is a tragic character. She's not real, so, whatever. But it is sad, but it is like one of my favorite visual things that they did all throughout season 1. So for 4 years, I was like, man, season 2 is going to be crazy. We're going to get some like insanely like haunting and tragic elements when it comes to Jinx's mental state, because of how they've shown like her schizophrenia and her hallucinations and stuff. But no, 12 seconds, that's all you get. That's all you got. That's all you got for me? Okay. All right. They literally have dialogue about how worse off Jinx would be without Isha, and then that really goes nowhere. Look, I understand she gets quite sad, and I understand that she tries to have a gender reveal party go wrong, if you know what I'm talking about, and then is actually fine after one conversation with Echo, right? What? I'm sorry, but we were kind of promised through dialogue and through the obvious that the show was telling us that if something happened to Isha, Jinx is going to lose the plot. And probably become the Jinx that we know from the game. Or at least a much more layered and in-depth Jinx than from the game, because frankly everybody knows Jinx in the game is just Harley Quinn with a Gatling gun, and Arcane puts several more layers on top of the character because season 1 had amazing writing and character writing, blah 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 blah. But yeah, they basically promise the audience that if something happens to Isha, something bad's going to happen to Jinx. And yeah, Echo shows up, has a chat, and then she shows up to save the day in the final fight. What? And then she goes, what's the line? I'm always with you, sis. What? Oh, I thought Isha was your lens, Jinx. What? And now you're what, able to just come up with this plan and use your air balloon and everything with no issue? Mate, I don't know if these writers know how trauma works, because that's not how it works. I'm really sorry, but Jinx has gone through some horrendous stuff that frankly, a negligible percent of people would even be able to relate to, because obviously it's a fantasy show. But she accidentally kills her family, her adopted family, right? That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. That would destroy most people. She stumbles across her parents when they are unalived on the bridge in Minecraft, right? And she's younger than Vi, and that traumatizes Vi. Mate. She was raised by Silco in the Kim Baron, game. Goodness me. Sorry. One little chit-chat with your alt-universe time bomb boo ain't gonna change shit. I'm sorry. That just doesn't work for me. Maybe if someone's had a few troubles, you can kind of, through talk, work them through it to a point where they can take action. But you can't have 2 seasons of Jinx trauma to just be like, yeah, no, Echo talked her down, talked her into coming and saving the day too. Doesn't work for me, sorry. It might work for you. It really doesn't work for me. Because, yeah, look, that's not how mental illness works. That's not how someone who's like incredibly depressed, suffering from like schizophrenic hallucinations, someone with that much trauma, that's nah. It's kind of insulting, actually. Oh, you're depressed? Have a chat. Ugh, yuck. Icky poos, I don't like it. It's, yeah. Crazy to me that like the writers thought that was even remotely appropriate, to be frank. And yeah, for someone who's so mentally fragile to suddenly be absolutely fine after one conversation with Echo, I'm sorry. Any development that happens between Powder and Echo in episode 7 does not carry over to episode 8 and 9. They're two different people from different universes. Any progress made there doesn't carry over. So to Jinx, you're the guy who like a few months ago I tried to blow up on the bridge, tried to off. Ugh. I don't know about all that, folks. Again, look, maybe it works for you. Totally fine. Not for me. Kind of, as I said, kind of insulting. Anyway. Oh my god, the Kim Barons and the final fight. What? Well, what the heckums do the Kim Barons have to do with the final fight? Well, exactly. Right? So these guys, they don't want to protect their investments. They simply dissolve into a unified group off-screen for the final fight. Ooh, okay, fine, I guess. I mean, there's only like 2 left, really. Even though, is there no one to take the place of Smeech and of Rennie? Like, they're vying over Silco's seat, but who's taking over Smeech's industries? Who's taking over Rennie's facilities? Anyone? No? Okay. Maybe they get swooped up by Cross, and I forgot her name, sorry. Cross is just easy to remember because he always looks so cross, doesn't he? Oh, hilarious. I got to write that one down. Cringe. But no, look, to me, and I'll pop this up because it's got to do with each other, having the Kim Barons and the Council forced to work together would have been some interesting drama. That would have worked into the Piltover X Zorn conflict, the class conflict. You have these two quote-unquote councils that quote-unquote rule over their territories, that are forced to work together to hold off this invasion by Noxus or Victor, or however you want to play it, right? No. Even though we had like half an episode dedicated to setting up the Kim Barons and the infighting and the civil war on the streets because of gangland warfare, no. They just actually dissolve into the Savika crew for some reason. Like between episodes, like you had, it's the old Kim Baron goons, right? And you have one of Cross's soldiers, and then one of the, again, I'm sorry, I have forgotten her name, but one of her like dominatrix goons, right? And it's like, well, when did that happen? Like, okay, I guess they've just kind of become a thing. And then Savika goes, ape stronger together, and then gets a bunch of sticks and tries to break it and goes, look, you see, ape strong. If we become sticks, we become strong, right? Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of wasted potential there. A lot of wasted drama and conflict there. I mean, look, keep Smeech alive. Keep Rennie alive, even. And then you've got Rennie having to try and work with Jace on the council for he's back from his survival game of Only Up, and he's on the council. You've got so much juicy drama that you spend screen time setting up and it just dissolves and fizzles into nothing. Why? Where? How? Why are we doing this? Come on, y'all. Ay, caramba. So we've got Runeterra and its magical homies. Alright. So we've got, I just thought I'd choose 3 just off the top of my head while I was putting this together. I didn't want to spend time doing a deep dive into all of the lore in canon characters that would take issue with this. This was literally just 3 characters that I know of off rip that would be like, chill Victor, right? So we've got Aurelian Soul, who's literally the night sky and made the sun, seems to be pretty chill about this. And over here he's saying, you were literally inside me, WTF. So, you know, when Victor became Super Saiyan Victor and was walking throughout the galaxy, he was actually walking throughout Aurelian Soul's innards. OMG. And just let that happen? What? Rise seems to not be interested in investigating these hex runes, nor with the introduction of a new form of magic. I think Rise would be quite interested in looking into what the hell is going on. He probably knows that the hex tech have nothing to do with world runes, of course, but he'd probably be quite interested in these normal, non-magical individuals developing a form of magic that anyone could use. Yeah, I think he may take issue with a little bit of that. Maybe. And then you got Zillion over here. So Rise down here saying, bro, chill. Zillion's up there saying, we need to talk. Which you never want to hear that from an old man with a clock on his back. He's serious business. Zillion has no interest in a new magic user who seems to be able to fold and manipulate time and reality at will. I don't know about you, but the time guy probably may want to have a chat with Wizard Victor and be like, mate, we've got, there's like rules, mate. You can't just like continuously create all these realities and create some kind of bootstrap bloody paradox, mate. Like Zillion could have told him, oh, you wanna stop future you from what they're doing because it might cause some major issues in the future, and all of that comes from you going back in time and saving this one person. Zillion probably would have told you, bro, how's about you leave that kid out in the snow? Yeah? I know that's not what Zillion sounds like at all. That's just the voice I'm giving him. Why don't you leave that kid out there in the snow? Then everything's fine, mate. Like, yeah, dude, yeah. It's a little bit rough and tumble to set your show in Runeterra, where you have a 10,000 year long timeline of magic and magical users, and you've got champions and individuals that are practically like gods. You've got characters that have like control over time, but then you introduce another character doing something that maybe those characters would be interested in, but you don't have the time at all to cover those characters, so you just kind of sweep it to the side. Maybe next show Rise will be like, that Victor guy was quite cringe, wasn't he? And Zillion will be like, yes, yeah, mate, I went back in time when he was a kid, running down the lake chasing a boat, and I drowned him. You don't have to worry about him anymore. A little bit of a blunder. What do we have here? We've got Vi. We've got Powder. Oh dear. And we've got Knowing Vander. Oh dear, oh dear. It's always unfortunate when parts of Season 2, just to make it make sense for the things that the writers want to put in, because for whatever reason they want to put it in, they have to retroactively change the timeline and history. And then it causes parts of season 1 to not make much sense, unfortunately so. To me at least, Vi and Powder seem to not have much of a relationship at all with Vander when we first see them. They might not even know who he is. Vi even recoils to protect Powder when she sees him, which you'll see right here in the video. Look at that. Yeah, that seems like the reaction you would give to the guy who you've known your entire life, who taught you how to fight. Who was like best buds with your mum? I don't know. Seems like the reaction would be, even though they are terrified, to actually go to them, because you are terrified, and they're the only people you see that you know. Instead of like recoiling and protecting Powder. Fine. Vander wasn't, at all distressed seeing these two kids that he's known since they were born and are best buds with their parents walk straight onto a battlefield, nor did he take any issue pointing out their corpses, right? Yikes. If you've known these kids since they were born, as we see in season 2, and you have a very good relationship with their parents, maybe you go up and you pick them up and you take them away from the situation so they don't see their dead bodies, because that's really bad. That's really quite traumatic. And yes, you've been in a stressful fight and you've lost a lot of your friends, but Vander, my brother, like, kind of whack. That you're just like, oh, your mum, who I've known for years, and who we have a great relationship. Yeah, she's just over there. Go on, go have a look, and then go and like have a horrible cry over it, instead of just taking them out of the situation so that they aren't traumatized. You know, you remove them from the situation and sit them down and have like a long and pretty difficult conversation with them. Instead of just, their bodies are just over there. What? What kind of relationship is that? Not a good one to me. We also know that Silco had a relationship with at least their parents, and then he happily orders their deaths. Yikes. Silco's a villain, yes. Silco's a pretty bad guy, yes. But I never saw Silco as that. Like, that is whack, right? Like, yeah, he gets kids to work in his, he's not a bad guy, right? But this just feels like he's so detached from it. There isn't, because obviously this wasn't the case in season 1. Obviously it wasn't the case. Or you'd have a moment of Silco having regret or having to force himself to order their deaths. But no. Nah. He bloody fishes them out, sets a trap, and then gets his goons to basically go and knife them. Bro. Really? And I know what you're thinking. He's the bad guy. He's the villain. But I mentioned it before. Arcane, plays in the grey. Right? There's a lot more layers going on. And for that, it's such a personal thing. It just seems, for the guy that you're calling brother, not only do you have that added element, but you also knew the actual parents. And it seems to me in the flashbacks, you knew them as bubbies. Yikes, bro. Retroactively ruining my favourite character? Well, that happens throughout the entire season, doesn't it? Vander... Oh, the timeline. Vander grows his facial hair for the bridge fight, and then he shaves it off and becomes younger for the drowning, and then he grows all of his facial hair back to his bridge look. Because that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes lots of sense, seeing as you had to retroactively change everything. You had to have the flashbacks, which I admit, that stuff got me when I first watched it. The emotional manipulation hit me like a ton of bricks because I quite like Vander. But then you start to think about it and it doesn't make any sense. Like, it was clear. The timeline was obvious. You intentionally, visually show that Vander and Silco are both much younger. And one of the ways that you do that, Vander doesn't have any facial hair. Dude. And I've seen the defenders of this whack change be like, "Wow, he can have a haircut." Dude, the writer who confirmed this to be fact said in the same message that confirms it that, yeah, it makes the continuity really wacky. They know that it does. They admit that it does. They don't even try to, pretend that, no, it actually does. Like, they understand that it's whack. They had to say that it is. And for what purpose? To retroactively ruin Silco? Okay. Why? Why was that, I don't know, at all necessary? I don't know. Pretty crazy to me, Mr. Faulty. You know I am grasping at straw. Well, you might think I'm grasping at straws, but let me tell you, this is some serious stuff here. Bolbok and his people. Who's Bolbok? I don't know who that is. Oh, I think you do. It's that guy. Yeah. Now, why would he be here? He's got 2 lines of dialogue and then he gets blitty-blattered. He's just some guy on the council. Who cares? Well, when characters have such little dialogue, you don't have many things to focus on for them, their characters, their backstory, their people. So one of his only lines of dialogue in the entire season is talking about how his race were nearly destroyed by the Arcane. However, his people seem to just shrug it off when he gets killed by an arcane enhanced weapon. Now, I know it's very different to, these magical users came to town and slaughtered most of our people. Yeah, it's very different, of course. But you have an individual, who is clearly quite anti-hex tech, and on extension, his people would be quite anti-hex tech and the arcane and magic and that sort of thing. So I just found it interesting, right, that the only lines of dialogue you give this guy sets up potential for something to happen because, Hex Tech got him. But no. His people don't care either. It's bizarre to me that you give even the option of people to think, wow, this might lead somewhere. Well, Victor, he's making some techno people, if you know the lore. And you think, ooh, well, what about Bolbok? He seems like a techno guy. He seems like a Star Wars Episode 1 separatist type, right? Droidicas and such. But his race seemed to have no opinion on Victor and what he's up to either. Bizarre. And I know, look, you're probably thinking, Media Ghoul, God, that's such a nitpick, bro. WTF. But look, it's just the trouble is if you have a character there and you give them 3 lines of dialogue, that's all we've got to go off. And then if one of those lines of dialogue kind of actually seemed to have something to do with how his story ends, maybe that'll go somewhere because they're related. The few lines that we got from him actually comes up in the season finale, but no, we get like one shot of a lady version of him. Oh, cool. I mean, I guess that's cool. If you're into that, which I'm not. One moment, I'm just going to grab some water, my friends. I will literally be 5 seconds if you can manage without me. I know the Bolbok story is terrible and disheartening, but I will be back to continue Bolbok and his story. One moment. Delicious water. The best and only diet for a media ghoul, you see. So yeah, Bulbook, look, you might think it's a bit of a stretch, but hey, we're talking about a lot of stuff here. There's a lot of things to talk about, and I just thought it was a little bit off. Again, you gave him 3 lines of dialogue. One of it involves the Arcane nearly eradicating his people. And then the Arcane eradicates him and his people don't care. And then Victor is basically Arcane Jesus and his people don't care. Alright. Like, I would have just loved to see them go on their big spherical-shaped separatist aircrafts, flown into space, and then it could have led into Episode 1 of Star Wars. You know, it could have been the plan the whole time, but no. All right. What do we have? Oh, it's Piltover. Just Piltover. Okay. So we're not going to spend too long on this because we discussed this in the Piltover's terrible security video or stream. So we're just going to quickly say, look, Piltover can't seem to hold off a small battalion of soldiers who arrive on a couple of ironclads with sails, right? Oh my god. Like, it's like 3 boats. Dude, really? You live in Piltover is in Runeterra. You know? The world where there's like horrific magical disasters. There are mages that go to war and like destroy entire civilizations with like a wink of the bloody... I nearly said something. Whack. With the flick of a finger. You've got Noxus, which I'm sorry, you might not know it if you've only seen Arcane, but Noxus is an actual existential threat to Runeterra. They are hyper-expansionist, and they're willing to, they are willing to kill a lot of people to take as much territory as they can, right? So it is not like this is all brand new. There was a huge disaster in this area in history. They even talk about it with the Jana stuff in episode 3. But, you know, a few ironclads with some sails? Sorry, you've got us. And it's basically like a quote-unquote beach assault, right? You need to get your boats into port, get your soldiers out, form your battalions, and then attack. And Piltover just can't, they just can't do nothing about that. Really. Look, you've got all these cannons here, sure, maybe they don't work anymore, but gee willikers, all you could do was like 3 hex turrets. That's pretty rough. Piltover not only has access to these cannons, which could potentially destroy Ambesa's ships before they enter the port. I said which would, I think that's a bit, we'll go with maybe could destroy Ambesa's ships before they enter the port. But, wait, what is the sentence? Was I tripping when I wrote this? Piltover not only has access to these cannons, which would destroy Ambesa's ships before they enter the port, but access to Hex-Tech weapons and technology. Yeah, as mentioned in the security stream, like, where is the everything, guys? You're the City of Progress. Really? Like, sorry, but everybody knows that also includes weaponry, right? Weaponry is generally, like, on the military development is generally on the forefront of how technology is produced, but fine. The best they could do were a couple turrets, no extra hex rifles, hammers, or gauntlets, and where the heck are all the mining lasers? Like, those lasers could slice through granite and stone. I think they'd probably put a couple holes in those ironclads. Yeah. Cringe. We have one that we know works. Maybe you could say there's only one. Well, maybe use that. When Noxus invades, they get into a line behind some shields and fire crossbows. One laser going in a line would take all of them out. What? That's why it's not in the fight. Because it wouldn't have been a fight. It would have been GG in about 5 seconds. Goodness me. Anyway, we've talked enough about that. We've got Vi, and we've got Vi's absolute blunder. My goodness, this kind of made me go a little bit crazy when I first saw it. I don't know about y'all, maybe you thought it was fine. I was screaming at the television when I was watching this. So, Vi, while being upset and frustrated at what happened to the kid in the chem facility attack in Season 1, understands that unless they do something about Silco and his operation, more kids will end up like this. So she understands the assignment. She understands it's rough, it's not great, but there is a greater good here, and that's worth some pretty hard sacrifices. So she's trying to get through to Jace. We saw on her face, clearly she just wasn't nonchalant about it as she was trying to display with her attitude to Jace. Clearly it did affect her that this kid just got accidentally blattered, but the reality is these are, this is a bad place. Bad things are going to happen if you go around blasting your hammer about. However, she then, when given the opportunity to put an end to Jinx, who she accused of orphaning kids, and with many, many ways to protect Isha, she instead walks over and grabs Caitlyn's gun, which allows Savika to detonate the explosives, which unleashes the Grey into Piltover, which gives cause for Ambisa to manipulate the people of Piltover, furthering Noxus's goals and allowing Jinx and Savika to escape. What? I'm sorry, but you see in this video how far she walks over to grab Caitlyn's gun. The literal only reason she does that is because the writers need her to do that. Because then if Caitlyn has access to a gun, Savika can't detonate the explosives and the plot can't continue and our villains won't escape. Oh no, you couldn't have come up with a better solution? You show us twice in this scene that her gauntlets can stop the bullets. You've shown us in Season 1 that the Hextech gauntlet can create an energy shield. Those are Hextech gauntlets you could use to lift Isha off of Jinx. Very simple. Very, very simple, Vi, and if you had done any of those things, well, it would be game over and the plot couldn't continue, but we can't have that. So the writers had to manifest some absolute nonsense to get you to stand up and walk probably 10 steps away from Jinx and Isha so you could stop Caitlyn and not allow her to shoot Savika. Absolutely ridiculous. Super bad writing. I'm sorry. You can come up with a million reasons as to why Jinx would feel this is necessary, but the trouble is, every excuse you come up with, I will give you a reason as to why she could still protect the child that she doesn't want Caitlyn to accidentally shoot. I can also give you a million reasons as to why she could protect Jinx if she didn't want Jinx to die. But the reality is she had to move away so then she could grab Caitlyn's gun. So then the plot could continue. Very bad. Very bad, in my opinion. Sorry. We don't have moments like that in Season 1, in my opinion. We don't have moments where it's like, well, obviously the writers wanted to go this route so the plot could continue, so we have some contrived nonsense. Whatever, it's a good show, I'll forgive it. We don't have that because the writers are thinking. And the writers seemed to care. Here, I can't say either way, to be completely frank with you. I think this is an absolute blunder, and it's obviously on the writers. This is just the writers turning Vi into an absolute buffook. So then the plot can continue, and then the Grey can be unleashed, and then Ambisa can plant Caitlyn. XYZ. Poor writing. Poor writing. Unfortunate too, because as I said, when I was watching this, I was screaming at the television like there are so many things Vi could do that does not involve that. And look, the reality is, I'm sorry, I don't think Caitlyn would have missed. She literally just shot Jinx's finger off at the knuckle. And then she shot the gun out of Isha's hand without hurting either Vi, maybe a little cut, but without really hurting Vi or even harming the child, right? And then you're like, well, what if she misses? She's not. I'm sorry, she's not. We see in episode 1, the first time she starts shooting at the, what am I going to call him? The chem tank ogre, we'll call him. The big chem tank guy, right? The first few shots she shoots at that guy hit, like, the most important parts of his suit. Like, it hits a valve which stops the shimmer from going in. Like, she shoots 4 shots. It literally, like, hits the exact points that would make his armor weaker and prevent more shimmer from being injected into him. Then she shoots twice in the exact same spot to break his face shield. Doesn't work. Shoots him 4 more times in a different place, which is exactly the same every time. Still doesn't break, right? She's a good shot. Let's be frank. Let's be frank and beans. And we also see in this very same sequence, not 30 seconds prior to this, that the Hex rifle clearly doesn't have a large impact because it slices Jinx's finger off at the knuckle and you can still see the finger as it flies away, right? That is very precise, as in, like, where that bullet hits, that's all that's happening. Like, I mean, clearly, that's what they show us. So, if she wants to shoot at Jinx, yeah, I think she was going to be okay. Vi obviously doesn't believe that, and the writers need to continue the plot, so then they make Vi do absolute nonsense. Very sad, very tragic. And that's the trouble. Like, often in this season, you had characters like Vi and like Caitlyn who go from incredibly competent and intelligent to very stupid, back to competent and intelligent, and then maybe for another scene, quite silly. And guys, like, have your competent characters, have your silly characters. Vi is not the most articulate character, but she's very streetwise and she's a great fighter. She's got a lot of fighting nonce. So I don't know why she has to become a buffoon so you can continue the plot. You could have just spent a bit of time maybe coming up with something a little bit better that makes a bit more sense, maybe? I don't know. But more importantly than Vi, and frankly, more important than Jinx, we have this guy, Violin Man and his violin ways. My favorite character from season 1, OMG, just dropped like this. Dude, the violin guy was the G. He was the OG triple dizzle doggy. I'm not even going to try. Why do we have the piano guy when we have the grace and the beauty of the violin Chad? Why was he replaced with some loser piano guy who we don't even know? We know everything we need to know about Mr. Violin Man, like, let's be frank. Piano guy, though? I don't care about him. Oh, he helped save the day. Violin Man could have done that. You know? Violin Man, in fact, probably could have 1v1'd the entire Noxian military. Not even just Ambisa's soldiers, but the entire military. Scion and Swain and Darius at the front line. They ain't stand. Look, bro literally violined in a realistic storm, guys. Like, Janna ain't got nothing on him, okay? Super disappointed that the MLG greatest character ever introduced is just thrown away. Ugh, what could have been. Anyway, Piltover. Oh, just Piltover? And the Shimmer Crisis. Well, my oh my. Let's have a chat about that, shall we? So, Shimmer is easily the greatest weapon Zorn has to destroy Piltover. Yes, it would take a little bit of time, right? But I feel like they were kind of going down this path. And when I saw, like, Sarlo was starting to get, like, addicted to it, I was like, oh, snap, we're actually going to go down this very real world situation of a neighboring civilization. Oh, no, they're a city, let's be frank. Neighboring city that wants independence and wants to kind of cause your downfall, like illegally trafficking a horrendous and addictive drug, which, like, I mean, look at poor bloody Huck over here, like what it does to him. That, like, flooding Piltover would destroy it. In a few years, it's a small city. Much like the real world, a Shimmer crisis would cause a huge increase in addiction and crime, and Zorn would probably not have to fight a single battle, right? So obviously we've got some interesting ties there in regards to like drug cartels shipping drugs into like the USA, for example. Like that's a real world comparison that you could go down in regards to like the Zorn Piltover conflict, which was obviously just completely dropped and frankly kind of forgotten about, or whatever. I felt, as I said when I was seeing the Salo stuff, that we might actually be going down that path, because obviously I thought we were still going to get the class conflict. But aside from Salo, however, the negative effects of Shimmer only seem to be present in Zorn or the lanes and the fissures. Super unfortunate that like Silco and these Chem Barons didn't have that plan off rip, right? Like, sure, Shimmer is a good, good as in good for them, not good for the world, but it's a good tool for money and power and that sort of thing down in Zorn, but it is a incredibly powerful weapon to use against Piltover. I kind of thought that was where we were going with that. But really, was the plan the whole time just to make your own people addicted and sick and weak and you know, forced into crime or into homelessness in the fissures? Like, that was the plan? The Unite Zorn guy, the guy who wanted to unite everybody for their own city, that was his scheme, was to just infect his own people. Yikes, dude. Again, that's another little stab in the back of Silco, making him into an absolute buffoon. When, this was, like, I felt like we were going down that path. We see in Season 1, when on Progress Day, there's the shipment of Shimmer, and that's attacked by the Firelights, right? Like you've got the setup to go down that path, but it's just dropped. It only affects Salo, and he gets skedaddled anyway. Who cares? It has no negative effect on on what I thought the point of the drug element of, yes, you created Shimmer to make super soldiers, of course. But what about the addictive, harsh, horrible side of it that can be used in tantamount to your soldiers? Bit of a waste. It's almost like it was just dropped and forgotten and moved on from. Whatever. What do we have next? Still water and the flip-flopping. Okie dokie. So, what are you talking about, Media Ghoul? So, Stillwater is a super scary, terrible place that had such a big effect on Vi, and is part of her trauma. She hates the idea of sending Sneezy McSneezerton there, you know? Like, it's such a bad place. Unless, of course, someone just walks in and lies about releasing a prisoner, or you pop on an enforcer outfit and just walk in the front door, or you become a wonderful reformed individual, like obviously what happened to Metal Jaw Man, right? Because he was released from Stillwater Prison. He must have been a pretty good reformed, Jesus-loving guy, right? Yeah, look, unfortunately, you can't have Stillwater be this scary, horrible place that there's multiple lines of dialogue about how terrible it is, but then we also see multiple occasions where people just take advantage of the security there like it's nothing. As I say at the end of this here, it's either a horrible place or it's a joke, right? Just pick one. Pick one and run with it. Absolutely fine. You want it to be this horrible, harsh, traumatic place that is like a hole that you get thrown into and forgotten about, then make it that. Don't have Metal Jaw Man just clearly released because he's such a nice guy. Don't have Caitlyn just lie to release someone. You know? There was no real resolution there. You could have just had Caitlyn have a chit-chat with Jace, and Jace go, yeah, okay. And then it's official. And then it's not just someone walked in, lied, you released a prisoner, and it was never double-checked. It's pretty bad security for, like, the worst prison in all of Zorn and Piltover. That's pretty rough and tumble. And then, yeah, you just whip on an enforcer outfit, and, like, you could just waltz in, knock out a few people, and, like, let an entire cell block out. Yeah. You can't have both here, right? I obviously, personally, much prefer the idea that it is a horrible place that has caused some trauma and strife on Vi, because she went there as a child and has been there for years. But it seems like a pretty chill place by the end of things. I'm surprised Vi didn't just walk out, to be fair. And the next slide kind of works in on this, so we'll quickly nip through. It's also a thing that I spoke about in the last stream in regards to Piltover having terrible security, and it's the enforcers and the flip-flopping. Very much the same idea as Stillwater. The enforcers are oftentimes presented as this intimidating force that has caused a lot of distress and fear and anger and, oh my god, police brutality and this and that, they're horrible, XYZ. However, they are also oftentimes presented as incompetent buffoons. Like, again, just pick one. Either works perfectly fine for me. If you want them to be the horrific, oppressive, brutal regime that you want them to be, that you want Zorn to think they are, then have them be that. They are often that in Season 1. There's only a few occasions, maybe, like there's really the two biggies that stand out to me in Season 1 in regards to their incompetence. A, they can't catch a bunch of kids, and again, this isn't, oh, these kids stole a block of cheese. These kids caused an explosion and destroyed like half a building, right? So this isn't some oi oi, where's your cheese wheel license, mate? This is serious stuff, and you can't get any, not one of these little kiddies, one of which is like what, like a 6-year-old? And this little baby Powder is outrunning all these grown ass adults. Okay. And then the other, like, super incompetence is like, all right, so Jinx breaks into Caitlyn's house, potentially knocks her out, and, like, drags her unconscious body through Piltover into Zorn and is not, like, caught while there's a blockade on all the bridges? Oh well, okay. And then, yeah, look, obviously, Season 2, they are just, like, a bunch of incompetent buffoons basically throughout. Like Noxus really kind of takes the more harsh or harshness of the like security regime folks. Like we have the Paint the Town Blue music video, and it's like, yeah, they look really, really bad there. And then, yeah, they're just like, Jinx? You expect me to believe Jinx wears pants like that? Like, oh my god, you are standing guard at Stillwater Prison, and someone with dyed blue hair walks up to you and says, I'm Jinx. You're guarding a prison, and you've just had dozens and dozens and dozens of these blue-haired cult members imprisoned. Maybe take it a bit seriously instead of memeing. Oh my God. And then you have the guy who does a little flirty, "What's up, baby girl?" and then gets the finger pointed at him, and he doesn't even notice that his co-worker suddenly has a metal finger. Oh, my brother in Christ. I think you'd like pick up that the person in your team that you work with every day has a bloody metal finger, mate. Come on. Cringe, man. It's all quite cringe. And again, if you're watching, if you've got any, as mentioned at the start, if you've got any plot holes, plot lines that you feel were dropped, or like character changes, drop them in the chat. We'll have a chitty chat about them, of course, if I haven't covered them already. So we've got Vi and her trauma. It's kind of a big one for a lot of people, actually. This is the element that I found quite disappointing, though. So Vi goes through some of the most traumatic stuff imaginable. Like, there are, again, much like with Jinx, there are not many human beings that would be able to relate to the trauma that these characters have faced. One moment. Like, zero. Right? Like, zero people that could relate to either of them. Because of the absolute horrendous things that have happened to them, right? So she goes through some of the most traumatic stuff imaginable. She loses her parents and finds their bodies. Yikes. Also does that at quite a young age. Yikes. Number 2. It's even worse. It's like double yikes right there. Her sister accidentally blots her adoptive family. Yikes. Pretty bad. She was imprisoned in Stillwater for years as a youth. Ugh. That's not great. She watches her sister completely break down and murder half the council, including her love interest's mother. Well, oh dear. That's all quite bad. You would expect that someone who has been through all of that and is not absolutely mentally shattered would be very tough and incredibly resilient. But what is it that sends her over the edge? Oh, well, it's Caitlyn breaking it off with her. Caitlyn breaking it off with her, however, is what pushes her off the edge and spirals into a mental crisis. Oh. Really? Really? So you go through, and look, I'm sure there are some people that think, well, this was like the straw that broke the camel's back, right? Okay. I'm sorry, but it's just like, that's a little bit much. Vi has been through so much that this chick that you met, a few months ago, causes such a shift in your mental state and frankly in everything. Kind of whack to me. You've known her for a few months, babe. Vi. Like, timeline-wise, it's not been long. And you also constantly act so surprised at how Caitlyn is acting. Well, yeah, I mean, her mother just was murdered by your sister, Vi. That's no bueno. That would drive a lot of people kind of crazy. Especially seeing you every day. Anyway, I just think it's a little bit... I don't want to use the word pathetic, because that's pretty harsh. And I think cringe is pretty harsh as well. I just think it's a little bit off. That, like, you have a character whose mental fortitude should be much higher because of the amount of stuff that she's gone through, and she can still push forward. She was the, like, voice of reason to Jace after Jace accidentally killed, like offed that kid. But then she just doesn't have the willpower and the fortitude to go on because she has a fight with her boo. Look, I know Caitlyn's super hot, but dude, there's plenty of fish in the sea, can't I? I mean, my God. I mean, I'm not into the old shipping thing, but frankly, Echo and Powder have more of a stronger relationship than you two, y'all. You've known each other for 5 seconds. Jinkies, Batman. Oh, Ambisa. What do we have here for Ambisa? Ambisa and magic users. Pretty simple one, actually. Pretty simple one. So, she's being hunted down by a group of powerful magic users who can infiltrate, use illusions, and get close enough to try and assassinate you. And then you join forces with a dude who's basically made of the arcane. Not even a single consideration that this is a trap. Because the mad, half-burnt scientist said he's chill. What? Yeah, look. A big Ambisa blunder, in my opinion. Like, sorry, but you can't have all of this dialogue and all this setup with the Black Rose and then have her just join up with a magical dude, like literally infused with the arcane. Like, when he started changing people and his form changed magically, you should have grabbed your green runes, grabbed your spear, and gone to work, babe. What are you doing? What are you doing? And yeah, like, you want some weapons. Okay. Why didn't you get Maddie, your Noxian plant, to, I don't know, steal Caitlyn's Hex-Tech rifle while she was asleep? And then you could send that to Noxus, and me oh my, you have a whole army that don't need crossbows anymore. They have Hex-Tech powered rifles. Wowie zowie. Oh. Okay. Fine. It's fine, you know. Ambisa, you know, she's super competent and then she's not. Fine. I don't like when characters are 180 like that, but it's fine. What do we have next? We've got the tree and its plague. Another little dropped little plot. The environmentalism themes that were incredibly not on the nose. So the incredibly on the nose environmental messaging seemed to be completely dropped, right? I think it's pretty obvious what they were trying to go with that storyline and that thread. Yes, it leads to the anomaly, blah, 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 but we actually no resolution or anything on it. The show doesn't seem to care about giving us any solution or interesting take here in regards to the environmental messaging, as if it was just like chucked in as a vehicle to move the plot into virtual signal while doing it, which I think is a little bit cringe. Again, kind of like with the class conflict, the class conflict, you set up something that could be quite interesting and then you just don't want to actually answer anything or give any interesting takes or solution. Nothing. Just no, it's all good actually. Off screen, I know you can't see it, but just literally 5 centimeters off screen, it's actually all resolved, it's all fine. Really? I don't know about that. And look, I know with a lot of these slides you might think, wow, that's very nitpicky. Trouble is, as you've seen, we've got a lot of slides, so we've got a lot of problems going on here. Or at least things where it's like, oh, where is this going? Nowhere? Okay. I guess that's fine. Yeah. And like, as I've put there, if you want to include this kind of messaging, make sure you have something interesting to say about it. Not just whinge, bitch, and complain through your fantasy show, right? Like, actually come up with something smart, interesting, intriguing. It doesn't have to be good, it doesn't have to be right. Good as in, like, good and bad, not good as in, like, well written. It doesn't even have to be a positive solution, but just something. Please. I'm screaming for it. We have... It's as I mentioned with with the Salo and the Shimmer addiction. It's just when you see that the season is very rushed, or at least you feel that many elements have been rushed, and some of the big plot lines that you've been following since season 1 are just completely dropped, you start to pay attention to wasted screen time. Even a few minutes is wasted that could have been placed elsewhere. You know, you get rid of a few minutes here with the Salo shimmer, you get rid of a few minutes here with the tree, a few minutes there with other things, and you've got a lot of time to spend on something that you set up or that the audience is actually quite interested in. And look, I mean, I know a lot of people are going to be upset by this, but if we want to talk about real wasted time, in my opinion, I'm sorry, it's very nice, but episode 7 was a big waste of time, in my opinion. It's a season that feels very rushed, and then you kill the pacing going from episode 6 to 7 to have these two little stories go on, which frankly, if you as a writer thought it was so necessary to put that stuff in, we could have done that in 10 minutes. We didn't need the entire 40-minute episode, the third to last episode of the entire show, to have those elements going on. To have the time bomb ship, to have the Victor as the wizard stuff, to have Jace play his game of Only Up. You could have dealt with that much quicker instead of having an entire episode. And look, as I've said, if episode 7 happened in a 5-season show, it wouldn't be a waste of time, because we've got time. We've got time to spend on things, niceties like that, right? I liked seeing Powder. I thought it was all very nice. You had some interesting things going on. But it's as the minutes passed and I was slowly realizing that, oh, the entire episode is going to be spent with this, it just gets worse and worse. And it becomes, look, this is nice. I like seeing this. But we've got 3 episodes left. And you've got 10 trillion storylines to conclude, and you conclude 3 of them because you ran out of time, but you also wasted time. You wasted an entire episode on those 2 little stories. You waste a few minutes here, a few minutes there on plot lines that are just dropped or don't go anywhere or are frankly unnecessary because the character it involves dies. So who cares? Why did we even need any of that? Super unfortunate, and becomes super noticeable when you finish the show. And you're like, oh, that was like a few minutes of just wasted screen time. Why? I don't know. I guess they wanted to have that messaging or have that symbolism or this, that, or the other. Yeah. Ugh. Very frustrating for me as I was watching it, because again you're watching the clock being like, guys, we've got things we need to address, and unfortunately we ran out of time and couldn't address them. Ouch. No bueno. What do we have next? We've got damn near everything. And how rushed it all is. Right. So very unfortunate. Unfortunately, for me at least, I feel every single plot line either felt uber rushed or dropped, right? Like, you had elements going on that, look, we have to drop it, sorry, because we need to do the Victor stuff and da-da-da. Or you have the Victor stuff, which it's like people... I feel there are a lot of people that just still don't really follow what happened there. You have folks like me and many hundreds of millions of, tens, trillions of people that have played League of Legends at this point. 10 trillion people, I think, play League of Legends every day, who know where Victor was going. So we were expecting a switch and a change. But even some of us were like, what? What are we doing? Like... where's my machine herald gone, you know? Why is he this crazy arcane man? Yeah, so it's just there were so many elements where it's like back to back to back to back. It's like, okay, that's dropped, that's rushed, what are we doing? Maybe focus down a bit. Like season 1 was hyper-focused. And then season 2 just branches out into so many... insane risks when it comes to writing, and it's like, dude, just finish the story, take some risks maybe in the next show. Why would you change your formula at all? You wrote a fantastic season of television in season 1, and then you take some risks and change a formula, and this is what we get. Nearly every single character and character arc feels changed, dropped, or rushed. I said it in my failed characters video, but, let's seriously discuss the characters who didn't feel changed, dropped, or rushed. Singed? Everybody loves that Singed was one of the only characters to actually have a legitimate happy ending and have all of his plans and schemes work out. Singed got that. Hey, I like Singed. I'm a League player, alright? I like Singed. But I don't think many people that are just Arcane fans were huge Singed fans. I think many Arcane fans who don't know League of Legends don't give two craps about Orianna. I liked to see Orianna for about, the 2.5 seconds we got to actually see her. But yeah, so Singed, no troubles there. His character was set up. He does his thing. He's not assassinated, in my opinion, and he gets a happy ending. Yahoo! Who's next? Let me think. Rictus. Another character that many people don't like at all. He was fine. He never radically changed. He was a bodyguard, Ambisa's second. He was a adept anti-mage warrior. He could stand up against magic users, and he's like just a guy. That's pretty impressive. He's out there following orders. He's trying to keep his boo Ambisa happy. One could only hope for such a man, let's be frank. And then he nobly sacrifices himself. Oh dear. But no, so Singed, Rictus, so no issues, no changes, nothing dropped with Rictus. Who else? Huck. Hey man, Huck, he had a little bit going on. He changed a little bit character-wise, but it made sense because he was no longer Huck. He was a completely different individual after Victor evolved him, killed him, in my opinion. So he's fine. I don't think he was dropped or assassinated or rushed or anything. Who else? Singed, Rictus, Huck. Is that it? Lest, the cat lady, I forget her name. Let? I do forget her name. I do have it written in a slide coming up, I believe, or the next slide, maybe. Simply because she was introduced this season, and she's in 2 scenes, and that's it. So she's fine. Caitlyn's father. He's not assassinated or dropped or changed or rushed or anything. He's fine. I think you see where I'm going here, right? The only characters that felt like they were not changed at all between seasons were either characters that weren't in season 1 or characters that were horrible people that no one actually was rooting for, right? I don't think many people were out there rooting for Rictus. He's a cool fella. He's a good, bad, strong guy. I don't think many people were out there rooting for Singed. Again, I like him, but he's a baddie. Especially if he's visiting Ionia anytime soon. Jinkies bats. So, look, this is a bit of a thing, but who's at fault, right? Is it Netflix? Is it the writers, the showrunners? Is it us, the audience? Is it anyone? So, I don't like to think that there is many, I don't want to think that there are too many places that you can lay the blame for this. If you dislike the writing like I do, it's very easy to place the blame on the writers. They have said that they were trying new things and this and that. Why you'd go down that path, I don't know. But I completely understand trying and testing things that just don't work. I get that. But did you have to do it? to your second season, following up like a near perfect season of television, man. I don't know. Is it Netflix's fault? You know, did they force them to... Oh, well, we all know they did. We all know that Netflix were like, cap it. Season 2, you're done. Finish your story. You've got 9 episodes. You can have an extra 10 minutes on the finale. But you need to wrap it up. And then maybe we'll do more shows in the future. Right. So Netflix, you know, gave that order. The trouble is that probably wasn't told to them like a week before the show was due to come out, right? I'm pretty sure the writers would have been quite aware that they had to finish the story. And it is obviously an incredibly difficult thing to do because you're trying to wrap up a story which is so focused to begin with in season 1 and quite a small story if you really think about the whole world of Runeterra. Ooh, I like that, Diana. One moment. Oh, yeah, I like that. Few things to talk about with that. I'll get with that in just a second. So yeah, look, what an impossible task for these writers to try and wrap up that story. But that's why you're a professional writer. It's what you get paid for. That's the job, unfortunately. But Diana says, we don't know how Tobias react to his daughter being in love with the sister of his wife's murderer. We don't even know if he's aware of that fact. And yeah, like, I point this out in my episode 1 breakdown. Like, Tobias is like what is she doing here? Like you've got the Freya's song, the funeral, the right at the start of the episode, right? I'm just blanking on the name of the song, sorry. And you've got Caitlin there, and Tobias sits down, and Vi is in their house, and Tobias is like, what the hell's she doing here? WTF. And then it just kind of ends, right? And I am so on Tobias's side. Like, look, Vi, I understand that, you know, you're not Jinx. You can't be held responsible for Jinx's actions. You shouldn't have to change everything because of what Jinx did. But babe, have a little bit of self-awareness and understand that your sister just murdered the matriarch of this family. Maybe don't hang around in their house. Maybe go chill somewhere for like a couple days. You know, have a little bit of self-awareness that maybe there's a little bit of salt in the air, right? As Diana pointed out, we don't even know if Tobias knows that they are together. Ugh. Obviously, kind of rough and tumble in my opinion. Like the fact that Vi almost felt offended by the fact that Tobias didn't want her to be there as well. It's like, Vi, babe, your sister, like last night, killed his wife, killed Caitlin's mother. Like it's just the whole thing. And again, it's like I said before, oh, she shouldn't have to change it. She shouldn't be held responsible for her sister's actions. Absolutely not. It's having the self-awareness and the respect for others to understand that, yeah, maybe they don't want to see my face because maybe that will remind them of the horrible thing that happened like just the other day. Yeah, rough. Pretty rough. Very selfish as well. Very, very selfish. And yeah, and it's a good point there as well, Diana, that like Caitlin is in love with this girl. It's not like, oh, they're dating and like it can be like, hey, look, it's not working out, Soz. Your sister killed me, mum. Soz, it's not working out, right? It's a little bit more complicated than that. And like we see that they're a couple. We see that they're together by the end of the season. And yes, it's been a few months. But frankly, it's only been a few months. What was that like? What was that conversation like when Caitlin brings Vi home again? And Tobias is like, Kate, what are you doing? And then Caitlin's like, sorry, Daddy, but I'm literally the dictator of Piltover now, so I'll do whatever the hell I want. Oh, dear. We don't even know what Tobias thinks of Maddie. Well, I guess who cares? I care. I care about all of these characters, and I want them to have a little bit more than what we got. Because what we got was a little bit... Yikes. Just a smidge. What have we got here? The last slide, but frankly, in my opinion, the most important slide of all. So, let's just take a little moment, take a little bit of time to appreciate the greatest actor in Runeterra's history. Lest, that's the fairy's name. I think I may have guessed it right a few times. Lest has nothing on her, right? So, it's pretty amazing to me that we don't get not a moment of like, oh, maybe Maddie's more than meets the eye. Right? She is genuinely like the sweet, because we know she's faking it, so quote unquote, genuinely doe-eyed at the start. In this sequence that we're seeing on screen now, she nearly dies. And this is Ambisa's plan, by the way. Maddie nearly gets killed and is saved by Steb, who doesn't know that she's a Noxian plant, right? So, what was the plan, Ambisa? It's very... it takes a lot of effort, a lot of time, a lot of resources to get a plant this good. This so much of a talented actress as Maddie Nolan is. Look at this one as well. She is genuinely terrified here, right? This doesn't look like some hardened Noxian agent who's double, like just playing this particular character. Like, this looks like a scared young girl being like, oh my god, like, what have I gotten myself into? This doesn't look like... I've said it before in another video, but this sequence would have been perfect if, let's say, we switch things around and Loris or Steb is like, whoa, WTF, what the heckums is going on? And then Maddie is, gone from the sweet, innocent girl to, is not shocked or scared at all by any of this. That could be a, suspicious moment. We also get this moment here where it's like, Maddie, if you are a Noxian plant and a Noxian agent, maybe you shouldn't be the first person to start doing the Noxian salute. It's a little bit sus. It's a little bit, because that's the thing that, the doe-eyed, innocent person would do. They would be the first person to join in on the from Wolf of Wall Street, because they don't understand, the actual situation that's going on. I feel if you were a actual Noxian plant, you would probably be like, I'm just going to see how this goes. I don't want any sus on me because I am a spy, and that is no bueno. When I said we don't know if Tobias was aware of that fact, I meant, does he know that Vi is Jinx's sister? Nobody in Piltover, even in the squad, seemed to mention that Vi is Jinx's sister. Oh, interesting. Well, I think that's probably why, as I'd said, Tobias has that reaction to seeing Vi, that what is she doing here kind of thing. Is it maybe him being like, well, last time you were together, I didn't see you for a day and me wife died. I assume that's why, because he knows that, Vi and Jinx are sisters. Maybe Caitlyn had mentioned that off screen. Vi being Jinx's sister should have been a big deal, but nobody talked about it. Absolutely. It should have also been like a bit of drama, a bit of conflict between the task force, right? Maybe. You've got these people that are going out of their way, putting themselves in danger, hunting down Jinx, and one member of that team is her sister. There wasn't a moment of them being like, can we trust this chick? And then Caitlyn being like, yeah, I trust her. And then, Maddie being like, yeah, you're very trusting, aren't you? That gives me an idea. Yeah, I'm not sure about all that, to be completely frank. But yeah, I think Tobias knows. I think that's why he had, quite a negative reaction to Vi being here. I guess you could read that as, what's this Zornite doing here? A Zornite just attacked the council and killed my wife. That could be one way to read it, for sure. But I think maybe he also would have picked up that there was some, sweetness going on between the two. So I don't know. I took that as Tobias is like, yo, your sister just killed my wife. Why are you in my house? Kind of thing. Like, what are you doing? Have a bit of respect. You know, have a bit of friggin' respect. So yeah, Maddie, fantastic actress. I found the twist to be odd and bizarre, and it just came out of nowhere. And it's one of those things that makes Caitlyn dumber. It makes Piltover like so unsecure. Like, yikes. And obviously we've talked about it before, but it literally cannot be the fact that she was just salty at Caitlyn. So she did all that, you know. She has to be an Noxian plant. But then we have scenes like on screen now where Ambisa nearly gets her killed, and she nearly gets Mel killed here. Like there's been quite a conversation that I was part of on Reddito, where someone had pointed out that look, this is such a dangerous situation to put Mel and Maddie in. Like, Ambisa, how stupid. And then a lot of people were like, obviously, bro, the plan was to not harm Mel, or probably, and in extension, Maddie. That was part of Ambisa's plan. And I was like, yeah. But then you send a bunch of shimmer-infused chem tanks. Do you think in their drug-induced hyper craziness that they're going to be taking note of who not to kill? Really? And we saw with the Goliath guy, he was about to swing at Maddie, and then Steb comes in and hits him with the axe. So it's like, nah, sorry. Why would you even have them close to the situation, right? Why would you not try and come up with some excuse that Mel can't be there? You hold her up for something. Yes, that's very sus, but then it makes your plan not absolutely ridiculous and puts your daughter in the direct line of fire, basically. Like, the only person you could trust to be like, yeah, don't kill that person, is the guy that smacks her in the face with a gun, which can kill people, by the way. Getting smacked in the face and falling and hitting your head can kill you, but this is a fantasy show, so it's fine. Points a gun at her. Her magical latent ability, of course, doesn't activate. Mel is then in the carriage that the shimmer-infused chem tank Goliath smashes over and wants to destroy because the other council members are inside. You got a bit of unfortunate potential collateral damage that includes not only your daughter, but the greatest actress of all time, Maddie Nolan. Ugh. Plants and spies are expensive because normally they need to be in the place for a long time to build trust, to build relationships, to have friends, to have people to be like, yeah, of course this person's chill. I've known them half my life. You know, you can't just have someone just show up and the next day they're on the enforcers. It's like, oh, where did you come from? Yeah. I've lived here my whole life. You know, you can't have that. It's not going to work. Surely the Piltover enforcers have some kind of background check, right? Oh dear. So yeah, look, I mean, this was just one of the things that I didn't see coming. And also when she was introduced, I thought she was a child. That's how doe-eyed and innocent she was. And I guess that's just the show just fooling the audience, right? And we don't get a piece. The only piece that people try and grip on as well. She was the first one to do the Noxian salute. Yeah. That's not a good plan if you're a spy. I'm sorry. But that's sus. That's sus AF. Ugh. I don't know about all that, very sus. Anyway, this was the last slide, so, unless, of course, there's anything, any other look, if you felt there was a character that you feel was going one direction, and you thought, my goodness, why did they change between seasons, drop plots, plot holes, anything that comes to mind, chuck them in the chat and we'll chat about them. So a good example for a character change would be, for me, Heimerdinger. Like, I felt Heimerdinger went from like this multi-layered, hyper-intelligent character with like -10 social skills, because that's just the type of person that he was, and that will often bring a point of comedy without turning him into a clown. Like, one of the things that I quite liked from season 1 in regards to Heimerdinger is when they're at the play with the violin man, the MLG violin guy, and everybody, all the council members, are scheming and chatting and plotting and doing things in the background while pretending to watch the show, and then it cuts to Heimerdinger, and he's actually just the only person there actually like watching the show and enjoying it, right? I thought that was great, brilliant. You know, you get a little bit of interest. It's a little bit funny. He's not a clown because of it. It's just who he is. He's not out there to scheme and plan and try and maneuver around the council. He's just Heimerdinger, and he's there to enjoy the show. And then he makes a bubble machine. And then he turns into Keenan to break into his own laboratory. Just because, I wanted to, you seem to break into everywhere, so I wanted to, da-da-da-da-da. Dude, shut up. Walk through the front door, my boy. You are Heimerdinger, my brother in Christ. Walk in the front door. Don't become this clown for a couple laughs. And then he becomes a bit of a buffook. And he's spinning around the spinny tops, and dastardly, he drops them on the ground. Oh, how terrible. I didn't care for any of that. And then he disappears for 3 episodes. And I'm like, man, I can't wait to see my boy. Oh, man, I cannot wait to see my boy. And then we see him, and then he dies. Oh, great. And look, I think it's very sad that, yes, again, Yordles are immortal and they can't die, but the show doesn't set that up. If you don't know about League of Legends lore, he's dead. Like, sorry, but he's dead in the show. The show's done. The story's done. He's gone. And until we get the Bandle City show, I'm not sure we'll see him again, right? Why would he be, like, if in the next show it's Noxus, Ionia, and Demacia, why would we see Heimerdinger? Will we have, oh god, I'm blanking on her name. The little Yordle that's in Demacia, and she's got the hammer, like, is she going to go to, like, Bandle City, and then she's going to see Heimerdinger there as puffing galaxy gas with Smeech? Like, that's another thing to think about, right? No one says that. No one says, oh, guys, Smeech is still alive. He's a Yordle, he's immortal. So he's puffing galaxy gas in Bandle City. Everybody says it for Heimerdinger, nobody says it for Smeech. Why? Because it makes sense that Smeech is dead because he's the bad guy. Well, he's the bad guy. Of course he's going to die. Heimerdinger nobly sacrifices himself. Well, he's the hero. He's not going to die. Come on, guys. Like, yikes. Oh, yikes. And yeah, that's just meta stuff. You can't infer that from anything from the show. Yeah, he says he's 400 years old. Well, yeah, he's not a human. He's a different creature. And this is a fantasy show. It's like a fantasy sci-fi, however you want to label it. So you're going to have creatures that have different ages. That doesn't mean they're these immortal creatures that when they electrocute themselves into dust just magically appear in the spirit realm. It's not how that works. That's not how storytelling works. Sorry. Who else? I think Mel's obvious. Mel, she goes from this incredibly intelligent individual who, like, gets into a relationship with Jace to play him because he's like the number one guy. And then actually, like, teaches him a lot of very important lessons and actually builds, like, a real relationship with him. And she's just like a normal chick. She's not magic. Well, she wasn't. She's not a character in the game, right? So it's just a character that they made, and it was a really interesting, well-rounded character. And then they needed to put her in the game, right? So they had to give her magic, and then send her on the Black Rose Society plotline, which I think only exists to set up a future Noxus show, right? To have the Black Rose Society as villains and Mel as the POV. So we basically waste all of that time with Mel and the Black Rose just so she can have some powers to be in League of Legends and to be in TFT. Yikes. That's no bueno to me, guys. I don't know about y'all, but I much preferred Mel when she was just a person, a human who was very intelligent, very successful, very wealthy, very powerful. And she had an even more wealthy, successful, powerful mother. That's a cool little dynamic, right? But then we had to kind of add all this nonsense in. And then they don't even give us proper, like, LeBlanc stuff. We don't even see her in the show. We see a shadow monster. We see, like, a shadow clone, which I think she uses one of those in the game, maybe. And then we see a bunch of her illusions. She plays with Mel. Like, I enjoyed that. I enjoyed the prison sequence just simply because I was off the back of Rings of Power with, like, cringing every time Sauron was trying to do stuff. Like, Sauron the Manipulator couldn't manipulate anybody, didn't do, like, barely any illusions or anything. And then here we are in Arcane, when I was like, oh, here we go, Arcane, we've got LeBlanc, she can do illusions, we're going to actually see what it's like for someone with magic, who's powerful, who's intelligent, who can do illusion, what it's actually like to be manipulated and played and interrogated for information, what that's actually going to be like. And we get a little bit of that. She tricks her, like, yeah, I'm your brother, I'm here, I've been in this prison this whole time, don't know how to get out. Help me, I'm in so much pain, help me. That's a Boogie quote if you're unaware, by the way. Yeah, and I liked that to an extent, to a point. It just got to the point where I'm like, wait, why are we spending so much time here? And where's my girl? Where's LeBlanc? I want to see her. We just see some illusions. Did you not have the 3D model ready yet? Like, what? And we even have, if you weren't aware, the, I guess you'd say, like, courtesan, the male prostitute that Ambisa gets in Season 1 is in LeBlanc's splash art in Noxus. So her Ambisa's little plaything that we see a few times in Season 1 is actually a member of the Black Rose Society. But you wouldn't know that. You'd only know that if you saw a image of a character in League of Legends, one of many images of that character. So it's just like, was that just a little thing in the background for, like, League fans? When you could have actually done some more appropriate setup if you wanted to go down the path of the Black Rose. Just kind of feels like it was tacked on for reasons. As I say, if they go down the path of the next show involves Demacia, Noxus, and Ionia, it would make sense because they'd set up the Black Rose and the Black Rose would act as the villains of the story. You'd have Mel as a POV. Let's say it follows Jericho Swain and his, like, how would you say it? Like, climb to power, I guess. He does a lot of plays a lot of games, has a lot of schemes to get in power, but he gets there. Like, is that what you want to go for? I mean, Swain wants to bring down the Black Rose Society, so is, like, Mel and Swain going to work together? Like, is that where we're going? I don't know. But then you've also got the crows already, right? Or is that not Swain? Right? You show the Swain crow right at the end and then go, well, that's actually not Swain. He's not Swain yet. He's Jericho at the moment. Oh, okay. Because, like, I feel like if they're doing Noxus and Ionia stuff, then you've got the setup for him losing his arm there. So what are we doing with the timeline now? There's so many little oddities because you wanted to mess with the timeline and then you doubled down and said that the show's canon. Why? Why did you do that? Why did you do that? It didn't have to be canon, as I've said before. All you have to do is say, no, the show's not canon, actually, and then you can do whatever you want. It wouldn't matter, you know? Like, if Warwick / Vander has been evolved by Victor and blown up by Jinx, how is he in the game? As, like, the Warwick that we know in the game, if this is canon. Or is the idea, because they introduced the alternate universes, is the idea, yeah, it's canon, but this is just a universe. And that League of Legends takes place in another universe, or the game League of Legends, the summoners that summon in the champions are just pulling these characters from multiple different universes, and that's how skins work, right? The cosmetics. Is that what they're going for? I don't know. Also seems a bit of a waste, in my opinion, to have Ambisa and Mel make them characters for League. I think Savika would have made a great character for League. You know, you've got multiple mechanics that you could do with her arm. Especially if it's the Jinx one. Like, one of the abilities could just be like the gamble thing, right? That would be a bit of fun. A little bit of gambling in League of Legends. I'm sure everybody would love that. My oh my. I'm just going to nip. Oh no, I think actually we'll go back to here. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, of course, those are the things we're discussing. So if anything comes to mind, drop them in. Who else can we have a little chit chat about in regards to, like, let's just focus on some, like, changed characters. As I said throughout the slides, there's a whole slide there dedicated to Savika. I thought her change, her 180 was so noticeable. Like, super noticeable. Just suddenly became a Jinx stan out of nowhere. Jace. Actually, we'll talk about Victor for a moment. You see, the interesting thing with that is, and I know this is a lot of headcanon, but I think there's merit to it as well. I, interestingly, again, because of a bit of headcanon, don't exactly think Victor is a changed character in the way that I'm discussing. Simply because, in my opinion, Victor dies in the first episode. And then he's, like, consumed by the Arcane, and he's something different. Something that's been changed and maybe corrupted by the Arcane. And the Victor that we know is dead. So I like, a lot of the things that he does make sense in that regard. Again, it's a bit of headcanon, but, like, there's a little bit of merit there. If he was changed by the Hex Core when Jace fed him to it, then he's not like ruined, quote unquote, because he's dead. He's gone. He's a different person. Much like when Victor changes and, quote unquote, heals these people, they're completely different people. Like, I think literally they are different people. Like, I think they die and then they are just these creatures, or what they will become, kind of thing. So Victor is like, whatever. He died to me in episode 1, and then he gets mortally wounded, and then he changes, and then he changes again. So it's like, whatever. It is whatever. It's what it is. Jace, yeah, I mean, he goes from this like super ambitious politician. He is like pushing for peace because he understands the gravity of the situation. He understands that Piltover would stomp all over Zorn simply because of the access that they have to particular technology and resource and like, they literally breathe fresh air all the time. So, like, you know, they probably half of them don't have asthma, you know, so they can fight. Well, we see in the final that they can't fight, actually. But, yeah, he basically goes from this ambitious inventor, politician, scientist, to, oh,
yeah, I may have created this thing that I just forgot about for some reason, and yes, maybe I did put it down by your home, but I didn't even think about any potential repercussions of putting this nuclear reactor next to your home, Echo. Sorry. And then the bro, when things get a little bit shaky at the nuclear reactor, pulls out his hammer and smacks it with his hammer. Imagine walking into bloody Fukushima with a big old Hex-Tech hammer and just smacking the nuclear reactor, my dude. Surely you know better than that, my brother in Christ. And then, yeah, he just becomes, like, punished Jace, right? Which, frankly, I much prefer him in his in-game canon, because it is him making a pretty rough decision that he, has to live with in regards to what he does to Victor in the canon. But he sees it as the greater good, because what Victor is doing is no bueno. It's rough, and it's rough and tumble, but that's how it is. Instead, he's all corrupted, and oh, I won't fail you again, Wizard Victor. Like, oh man, I don't know. He should have killed every evolved person in that camp. Not. That's what I was looking forward to, man. Him just waltzing into Victor's peace plantation and going, "Hey, Vic, you need to stop doing this, because you are literally killing people and turning them into automatons, and that's not good." And then Victor will go, Jace, I'm actually saving people. And then before he finishes the sentence, Jace has already killed half the people there. I don't know. Unfortunate route they decided to put him on. And then to also have Jace, to portray him as a bit of a buffoon throughout the season, and then for him to be the guy that says the right thing to the Chaos God that sees all realities and possibilities. And it's like, bro, do you not realize that, your imperfections made you, kawaii to me, and, that's why we're, soul sisters, bro? Really, Victor, it took Jace to tell you that? Really, guy? Dude. Cringe, man. You don't know that? You've lived your entire 30-year existence and didn't figure that out? You'd think someone who is sickly and handicapped would be able to get to that realization at some point. He's a successful guy. He's a Zornite who is the second in charge at Heimerdinger's... I've forgotten the name. I always forget the name. We'll just call it the Academy, right, the Academy. A little bit cringe that I forgot that word, but he's the second in charge at the Academy from being a child of Zorn. That is insane, my brother. You should understand how incredible that is. No, I wish I didn't have to. Yeah, mate. Where they thought, I don't even know where they thought they were going with that. I don't know. I've got a little theory. I don't have a slide prepared, just because we're in a bit of a chit-chat vibe, and we're having a good chat. So let's talk about some other things. A little bit of a theory for you, and it's a bit whack. That's okay. Let's talk about some whack theories. Theory. Rennie, Rennie, the ginger-haired, petrol-sniffing Chem Baron who has the chainsaw in Season 2, Episode 1, is Ren, who is Marcus's daughter. Oh, what if that's her mum? Bro, I know we've seen the picture, but, he could have just he could have photoshopped something, because he's super embarrassed that when he was rising up in the ranks with Silco, ended up falling in love with a petrol-sniffing Chem Baron. You've got the same hair colour,
They're both gingers. Very similar names. I mean, you've got Ren and Rennie. Pretty similar. Pretty similar. Sorry, I've just got a quick message I need to respond to. One moment. Excellent. It's very difficult to get messages into the timeless void that is the place that I stay. But they do come through every now and then. Now, so, Marcus, he's an enforcer. He hates Zorn with a passion. He thinks they're like lower than him. Bloody Zornites. They're so stinky and icky and gross, but he actually has a thing for them. He has a thing for ginger, petrol-sniffing chem barons. So, they get to talking. And they have a little fling. And Rennie gets pregnant. Gives birth to Ren. She doesn't know. She doesn't know that the whole time her mother was out there after Marcus had unfortunately died. Marcus, of course, being the sheriff from Season 1, the most human and most relatable character in all of Arcane, of course. Everybody knows it. Nobody hates Arcane. Nobody has, misinterpreted the entire point of Marcus as a character. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. It is what it is. Everybody knows this. So, what a tragedy. What a... absolute tragedy. But no, just speaking of Ren, I think it is such, and I've said it every stream, and I'll probably say it every stream, such a wasted opportunity not having Isha being Ren. Man. Again, change your eye colour, change your nose, and it's literally, it could be Ren. And it would have been so great, all this time. Her big sister was actually the woman that killed her father, that orphaned her, that forced her into, whatever horrible situation she was in. Man, that would have been coolio, but, it's fine. It's fine. Some might say, the kids say, it is what it is. I think that's what the kids say. And I'm up and hip with all the kids speak, What else? What else shall we have a chit-chat about? Especially in regards to characters. Because that's, to me, like the plot, the drop plots and the plot holes. They're interesting to talk about, but the characters are definitely, the most interesting things. Because it's one thing to drop something that you spent time setting up. It's one thing to, not put... all of your thought into making sure that every hole is blocked, I get that. But to, change the cores of your characters, some of which you guys created between seasons, is craziness to me. To me, that's, you've got a whole new writing team that have come in, and, they lost some of the core elements of particular characters. And they're just like, yeah, Jinx, yeah. She's just a little bit zany, right? Jinx is just zany. So, she can just have a little chit-chat with Echo, maybe get a little bit of, and everything's fine. Yeah. Doesn't work for me, I'm afraid. Interesting. Alrighty. Who else? We've talked about Vi. A lot of flip-flopping going on there. A lot of silliness, a lot of foolishness, a lot of things that I completely disagree with. A lot of buffoonery. Unfortunately. You take quite an interesting character. Very headstrong. Not the most articulate individual. Oh my god, that reminds me. That's something that we should have a chat about, is Vi's cringe dialogue. Oh my god. OMG. Who wrote some of these lines for Vi? Caitlin the memorial for Caitlyn's mother is attacked, and she is incredibly distressed by this. And you are Vi, you are her like partner, love interest, etc. And Caitlyn says something along the lines of, something about, she left such a big hole that it's like it's so difficult to fill. That's what she said. And Vi's response to that, so like your partner, your girlfriend or boyfriend or whomever has told you, my mother died, your sister killed my mother, and I've been trying so hard to fill the void that she left, and I really don't think that I can. Do you think it's a good response to say, yeah, you're not going to? Dude, no, Vi, lie, Vi. You say, yeah, it's difficult, but you are going to get through it, or I can help you get through it. I'm trying to do that with Jinx or Vanda or XYZ, Clagger, Milo. I get it. Let's help each other. No. Your girlfriend tells you, I'm sad my mum died, and then your response is, yeah, shit happens. You ain't gonna fill that void. Sorry. Ugh. There's a time and place for harsh truths and honesty. I don't think it's like an hour after the memorial to your mother is attacked, like just a few days after she dies. Little bit inappropriate, Vi. Little bit dunce cap worthy. Very odd and clunky and awkward. And like, here's the thing, right? So season 1, they understood Vi as a character. They had Vi go and talk to the council, and she could not communicate what she wanted to communicate, and may have made things slightly worse because she's not articulate. She's not a talker. She's a fighter. She has street smarts, and she's good with her fists. She's not going to be able to go up and talk to the council and be like, hey guys, this is what's going on in Zorn. This is what the general populace think of you. You guys need to, suss your shit. She can't, that's not her character. So thankfully, they don't make her do that in season 1. They make her have this really clunky, awkward monologue yelling at the council, which obviously is going to go nowhere. And she knows that that's not going to go anywhere. But that is so in line with her character. Whereas you get to season 2, and instead of, yeah, her dialogue is clunky because she's not articulate, she's not a talker, she's trying to give, like, wisdom and guidance, and it's the stupidest shit ever. Like, and it's so selfish and ruthless most of the time. And so many of your lines are, that's what she said worthy. No matter how hard you try, you're never going to fill that hole, that's what she said. I'm like the dirt under your nails. You're never going to clean me out, that's what she said. The final line of the show, the final line of dialogue for Arcane was a that's what she said line, by the way. If you didn't realise why people thought it was a cringe line, that's why. How can you, in your right mind, end your television show with a that's what she said line? Really? Really? Michael Scott is cringing right now over that. Bro. Anyway. Whom else shall we chat about? God, we're running out of characters to talk about, really. Let's be completely frank. I know I kind of memed on it a little bit before, but, I get what the story that they were trying to tell with the piano guy. Oh, he's an artist. War is so bad. He's been forced to fight. He's not a fighter. But OMG, this one man who was a piano man helped save the day. Okay. Okay. Alright. You also kind of told that story at the same time with the blue-haired chick. Because OMG, in another universe, she would have been a talented musician. But war bad. conflict bad, people die bad, no bueno. Like, yeah, guys, yeah. Like, how is that level of, how are you telling a story at that level in the finale when you compare that to episode 3 of season 1? Like, incomparable. OMG, the piano guy, how sad. She would have been a rock star, but war is bad, you see. I think I get it now. War, violence, conflict. Oh, it's bad. Yeah, guys. Yeah. Where's the real shit? Come on. Where's the actual stuff that's going to punch you in the face? Like, that's something that I feel was really, really missing in season 2, was a episode 3-esque punch in the face. Because unfortunately, many of the like gut punches and face slaps that you guys kind of chucked in throughout season 2 only land if you, really like X character or you believe this thing. Whereas everybody gets slapped in the face episode 3. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if, X character isn't your favorite or Y character isn't your favorite. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you don't care about Milo or Clagger. They're kids and you watch them. You've seen it. We don't have any of that. And that's one of the things that I feel is missing. And again, you might feel, wow, Jace shooting Victor is pretty, Like, it's whatever. It literally is whatever. Well, what about Isha? Yeah, that was sad. And then the show forgot about her and moved on. So I did as well. That's the trouble. Episode 3, Season 1. You have characters that commit to actions, and then those actions have incredibly severe consequences that are prevalent throughout the entire season. We don't have that. We don't have that in Season 2. We don't have many consequences. We don't have many OMG, I can't believe that happened. OMG. Yeah. Ever so slightly disappointing. But it is what it is, yeah? Not much we can do about it apart from chat and complain and, not argue, but like just have discussions because again, like it's one of the highest rated television shows at the moment, season 2, on like IMDb and that kind of thing. You go on Reddit, and every negative opinion about Arcane season 2, you'll see 20 to 30 overly positive opinions about it. You go on Reddit and you post, I didn't like XYZ, you get downvoted into oblivion and 50 people argue with you, right? So most people liked the show. So it's like, people that think it's incredibly bad, that some people are like, they didn't like the show, they didn't like the writing or whatever. Something that you need to bear in mind is that it is very, very healthy for your fandom to not just lock, step, skip, jump, everything's perfect, I love everything. Because the reality is next series, if a new show comes out and Jinx, Vi, Caitlyn, all your favourite characters aren't in it, you might not watch it. And the creators might be terrified of that. So instead of actually going out of their way to create an entirely new story and try and get you hooked on new characters, they might cop out and do the... Because if they think, well, everybody loves Arcane and they love these characters, we can't make anything without them, then it's going to stagnate, and nobody wants that. I think what's much more healthy for the fandom is to have a lot of people think it's really good, and have some people go, well, I didn't like this, I didn't like that, and then have some people go, I didn't like any of the writing, what was going on there. That way you can discuss it. And you know what the discussions do? It boosts, and this is going to sound cringe that I'm going down this path, but this is the reality, but it boosts the analytics, and Netflix are going to see that and go, oh my, well, oh well, Arcane is very popular. We need to make some more seasons, don't we? Instead of the Arcane, like all the Arcane Reddits just turning into just, sorry for the terminology, but just a massive circle jerk. Because then we're not going to get any evolution of storytelling. We're not going to get new stories. We're just going to get them you're going to get the usual Hollywood big budget thing of, yeah, well, we're just going to keep remaking the same story because that's what these people want. That's what they like. We're not going to take risks. We're not going to do what Marvel did and take the risk of making 10 years worth of movies that lead into massive blockbusters where all these characters come together. No. We'll just make Arcane Season 3. And we'll try and continue that story. When that might be 4 or 5 years away, and at that point people may have, kind of just turned. Instead of wanting something new, you just serve up the same whatever, try and fix your mistakes, and that becomes even more obvious to people who are still watching. So look, I think anyone that takes massive issue, and I get it, if you love something, you're going to have personal attachment to it, but you need to realize that that's why people have negative reactions to it as well, because they love the IP as well. People don't go out of their way to post, I have issues with this, can someone explain this to me? Why did they do this? Why did they do that? They don't say those things because they don't care. It comes from a place of passion because they care about Season 1. They care about particular plot lines or characters or what have you. But it feels like a lot of people just look at that and go, no, they're just like a grifter or some nonsense like that. Which thankfully I haven't been called a grifter yet. I'm looking forward to it while I'm not getting paid for any of this. That's what I'm looking forward to. Yes, I'm a grifter that's grifting for free. No. I'm a massive Arcane fan who thinks that Arcane Season 1 is one of the best television shows... one of the best seasons of television, because we've, I'm not going to say it's the best when you got stuff like The Sopranos and Breaking Bad to compete with, but it is one of the best seasons of television ever made. And yeah, Season 2 is very disappointing, so that's why you have people that have these opinions. Otherwise, you'd be able to pick out that they have no idea what they're talking about when they start talking about the show, right? Unfortunate. And another unfortunate element of the old Reddit is the toxic positivity, which is unfortunate. The positivity in regards to, again, everything's perfect, so any issues that you might have is because you ain't using your brain or whatever, and then they have to infer 50 things to explain like a plot hole or something, and it's like, guys, just admit to the fact that there's a bit of a hole. Like, one of the things, like, I jabber on and on and on about how perfect Arcane Season 1 is and how much I love it, and yet I'll spend half a stream complaining about nonsense happening in Season 1, So that's, you need to be able to take that, If you love something, you're going to be able to confidently put up with criticism about it because you know it's good, right? Unfortunate. But, I still personally absolutely have enjoyed, loved going through visuals, hidden details, picking them out and posting them on Reddit and stuff like that. Had some really interesting conversations with people on there as well. You just notice a lot of silliness, but that's with any group, isn't it? There's going to be like a small percentage of pretty silly people. Not much you could really do about that. That's life. What else can we chitter chat about? I think that's really the majors, right? Nothing's jumping out to me. I'm sure there is plenty, though, unfortunately. That would be the sad reality, right? I make like over 20 little little slides going over the things that I found were quite important to point out, and then it turns out I missed like half of them. That would be really unfortunate for the show. But I think we're pretty chill. What I might do, actually, I don't know if you guys are interested in this. I don't really care if you're not, because I'm going to do it anyway. But one of the things I'd like to quickly go through while we're here, because I talked about it during the stream, so it's slightly relevant. If I can set this up without too much difficulty, I see if we jump to this feller. Yes. Hello, I'm here on my couch, surfing through the timeless space. Excellent. Let me just switch this over to the video, because what I want to do is, just while we're here and while I've got access to it, I know I've done it before, but you may have picked up on my earlier streams that I didn't actually have like a condenser microphone. I was using the webcam microphone, which is very cringe. So some of the audio was a little bit whack. So just while I've got slightly better audio, because I think there's some really interesting stuff to point out here, we're going to go through that Jinx breakdown. Here we go. Is this it? This might be a good one here, actually. We're going to go through that Jinx breakdown, framedy by framedy, and just have a chit-chat about all the little elements there. Again, I know I've already done this, but unfortunately, the audio was super stink. So let's do it again and just see what else we might be able to pick up from that. So what do I need to do there? I need to come here and change. Sorry, you're going to have a black screen. My apologies. Just while I'm changing the capture for y'all. Change that to... Oh, I need to do this as well. There we go. Yep. Change this to iMovie. No. We're not able to do that. One moment. It's because you are open. Need to get rid of you. Goodbye. Now, jump here, pop open here. Very high production, high budget production here, folks, as you can tell. Of course. Okay. Get rid of that. Oh, there we go. Goodbye. Add in a source. This source right here. Sorry about this, folks. I won't be just a moment longer. Here we go. Now it's showing up for us. Show cursor. Yes, please. Pop this. Yeah, make this a bit bigger for y'all. That should... I'll also, because it will do that, if we click, there we go, that'll drop that out. Yep, so then I'll make this a little bit bigger again for y'all fine folks at home, y'all. See if that'll do it. Will that do it? Oh, I think that'll be good enough. And then we need to put you all the way down there. No, down there. There we go. Excellent. Down there. Perfect. Lovely jubbly. Excellent. Alrighty. So. Whoops. Yeah. Lovely. Perfect. Alrighty, so we're just going to go through this sequence again. So this is the 12-second Jinx breakdown. Now, I know, big tease, guys. I know you're ready to rock and roll, but I'm just going to need you to give me, let's say, what's the time? Give me maybe 3 to 5 minutes. Nip that on. I will be right back. Probably won't even be that long, just to kind of get into the groove to keep the stream going, you know? One moment. Okay, I am here. The meteor ghoul hath returned. Sorry, the horrible Lovecraftian demon god creatures that have cursed me, that find it entertaining for me to watch and talk about things that hurt my feelings. They were just having a bit of an issue, so I had to deal with those halophasias. Now, to what we were going to chit-chat about. So, okay. Again, as I've said, we have looked at this before, but the audio was kind of cringe. My apologies about that. I talked about it this stream, so let's break it down proper. Bloody proper, shall we? So this is a 12-second sequence that, goes by pretty quick. But we get a nice amount of visual storytelling, a little bit of insight into a few things. So let's just kind of go through and actually see what we are seeing during this 12-second segment. So it starts, of course, as you know, in episode 4. Isha has been basically arrested by the enforcers and taken to Stillwater. Savika escapes and goes to Jinx and says, "Hey babe, soz, Isha's gone. She's been arrested. She literally jumped into the face and started attacking Rictus. And everybody knows Rictus is a badass, so, she's been caught." And Jinx obviously doesn't take that too well. And then we get this 12-second sequence, starting with Silco, of course, coming in from behind. And we get green Silco. So we're going to be looking at, obviously, who the colours are when we get to them. Silco here will be green, and I think only green. If that changes, we'll point it out. But for now, he's green, and I love, obviously, the design around the eye with the colouring there. Absolutely fantastic. But still, it is very noteworthy that Silco is, of course, the first face that appears to Jinx. You get that eye start to glow as the image morphs, and we get our blue friend. So Milo is blue throughout, I believe, this entire thing, and he was blue at the end of season 1 during Jinx's breakdown with all of it when he became 1,000,000 different monsters, which we went through on the season 1 analyzing every frame video. And then we got a little double Silco there as he's instant transmissioning Goku style over to the other side of the screen, and then back and forth and back and forth. So it's this is from here to here, not even 2 seconds, maybe 2 seconds if you're lucky. So it's very much just establishing the monsters coming back. Milo over here. And then dead Milo. So this was all the time in season 1. It would go from a face like this, Milo on the left, to the within a frame, the X's over the eyes, the dead face kind of thing. Got that all the time throughout season 1. Is he smoking a cigar? It's an odd looking mouth. Maybe he's smoking a cigar or something, old Silco back there. And I do obviously it's quite a punch visually when you get this super quick single frame of this red glowing eye. as it cuts back and we get some more characters joining. So we have here Silco in green, of course, Milo in blue over here. We have Clagger in red. Clagger always appears as red. And Savika over here in yellow. So this is Savika. You can tell it's Savika by her yee haircut, of course. And again, another example of we're going from here to this kind of face into the cross eyes within 2 frames. Happened all the time in season 1, so they carried that visual over. Now, interestingly, so we've got Vi in pink over here entering. Vanda was pink in season 1. In the last, in her breakdown at the end of season 1, Jinx's breakdown. So I don't think it's a huge surprise that Vi, would also share a colour. Just like their family, there's that connection there. Like, obviously not blood related, but, as much family as Jinx knows. Powder was very young when she lost her parents. So Vanda is probably the main father that she knows. I think we get the line of dialogue in season 2. Like, I remember how she remembers how her mum smells, and that's about it. So over here, so we've got Jinx again. So we've got Vi. Cross eyes over Vi, even though she's not dead, and she obviously doesn't die in the season. So there's many times where you'll get the cross eye symbolism on characters that aren't dead and don't die. So it's interesting. I would prefer if they kept it with like when you get over here with Milo. How you got the 1 frame and then the X's. Obviously, we all know what happened to poor Milo. And then we've got little baby Clagger. Can you believe it? A lot of people think this is Aisha. It's not. It's Clagger. He's red. Aisha will appear very soon in the same frame with young Clagger. It's an interesting thing to think about, though, that Jinx views Clagger, or at least in this part of her breakdown, as just like a little kid. There might be elements that play into, with season 1, that Clagger was represented by Jinx with that little doll, the little like teddy bear doll thing. But it is interesting that Clagger appears in Jinx's breakdown for a small segment as a small child. I don't know exactly what that means. Again, the only reference I can think of is that, she put the goggles on the little teddy bear thing in season 1. So, next frame from there, we've got Jinx getting a bit larger, and you can even kind of see, like, obviously her fists, but you could interpret those as, like, little cartoon-esque power gloves, but, she's kind of got her fists up. Little baby Clagger over here. And also just pay note of how crazy many of the faces. Savika will always be yellow throughout this, so just bear in mind Savika will be yellow. And just bear in mind how many bloody horrible things Savika becomes during this breakdown when they meant to have quite a nice relationship. It would seem, if season 2 is to be believed. So we've got not a lot of energy happening back with Silco through these ones. It just seems to be kind of watching, like the voyeur he is. By God. And yeah, we see here, we're going to see, I believe, coming up, Savika going from her like monstrous Savika face into the monster that Jinx sees Savika as, which we'll get a better shot of that, and I'll be able to talk about her arm there. So a lot of just these like scratch fade cuts and stuff like that as it kind of reforms into other images. And again, we've got little baby Clagger over here. And Savika looking gorgeous. Like, again, look, this is how Jinx sees Savika. So it's very interesting, the route they went down with that between those two. I don't know if this is like some of the animators being like, guys, like I will make sure people know that Jinx isn't just handy dandy fine with Savika, because they didn't have a very good relationship in season 1. We've got Milo over here being a creep, and Silco just seems to still be just watching. He's moved from one over the left shoulder over here. Silco up here in green. Going over to the right shoulder, just kind of reappearing on the right shoulder. Over here, and Milo pops in over here. Little baby Clagger. Again, the reason why I know that's Clagger is always red in pretty much every breakdown Jinx has that sees these things. Clagger has always been red, and those are 100% Clagger's goggles. And because of this frame over here, where Isha and Clagger are on screen at the same time. And then he will become Big Clagger shortly. So, yeah, it's just, I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting that Jinx visualizes Clagger in this fashion, at least for maybe, what's this? 2 seconds of this. Again, remember this clip is 12 seconds, so we don't have a lot to work with. This is maybe 2 seconds, if that. Of this breakdown. So just very quickly flashes young little baby Clagger. And we got Jinx, sorry about that, Vi reappearing over here. And like, here's another example. We've got Savika with X's over her eyes, even though she's not dead and she doesn't die in the show. So, you know, that's fine, I guess. Savika just becoming absolutely gorgeous. Don't be jealous. I know you're all jealous. It's interesting as well because, like, obviously you can't. Because I'm just in regards to Clagger down here, little baby Clagger. We can't see his face here, right? So maybe, like all of the other faces, little baby Clagger is just screaming and yelling and looking horrible up at Jinx. But he just like kind of chills there for multiple frames. Like he almost, what's that? Like, what we'll do, see if there's anything else we can glean from this by doing that. Sorry, I knocked the microphone cable if that made a loud sound. My apologies. And we'll cut it to there, shall we? And we'll zoom and enhance. Zoom and enhance. To just here. And this is going to make it very fuzzy and low quality, but see if we can get anything interesting from here. So what are you doing? What are you doing, young man? So it's like like obviously. So here's his head. We've got Clagger's goggles here. So his face is here. His body's here. His arms are here. Is that? Oh, interesting. Actually, if we stop here, is this his arm? And then this is his jaw. And this is like... Is that like a maw? Clamping down? Or would that be his hair?
Huh. Interesting. Because, yeah, I kind of thought maybe he's, like childlike. Clagger is trying to be nice, but unless that is like a jaw and a mouth and a maw, because remember we've got in season 1, there is the shot where he literally like his entire being consumes most of the screen, and it's this massive maw like consuming Jinx. Ugh, maybe that's not quite as innocent as I thought. Or maybe it's here. I don't know. I cannot be certain. And then, yeah, little Isha pops in here. And we've got baby Clagger here. As he disappears, and he'll just kind of morph into scary, spooky Clagger. Oh my god. There he is. There he is. There he is. That's scary. Okay. So, from here, zooming back out, we have Savika has disappeared, and she will reappear as a terrible monster. And we've got Vi popping out to just be represented by her gauntlets over here. Got Clagger, hand on the shoulder, which is not nice. Isha down here seems like she's like playing, Savika reappearing as a gremlin. By the gods. Okay. Yeah, it seems to be the only one that's not entirely interested in doing anything towards Jinx is Isha, but again, can't see her face. My assumption, due to the relationship that they have, would be that she is not doing anything horrific or monstery or bestial or anything like that. This kind of like demorphed, deformed drawing, especially of Clagger up here, as Vi's gauntlets get a little bit closer. Oh my god. Yeah. So, we have, if you notice down here, as I've pointed out a few times in the videos, Isha stands up, pulls out Jinx's gun, fires it into the air, and then we have this like light effect come in as it jumps over here. So, a few things on that. Obviously, foreshadowing Isha's fate. She literally does exactly what she does right before. Some people have theorized or like to headcanon that she's like shooting away all the voices, but sorry, literally the next frame it gets worse. So I'm not entirely sure that is what that is. My take is that, yeah, Jinx is just like so worried about what could happen to Isha. She's not foreseeing the future. It's just like the animator's giving a nice little wink wink, blink and you miss it kind of thing. But also, you get the thought of, she's concerned she's going to hurt herself or something's going to happen to her, which it does. Because Jinx can see into the future. Yes, touched by the arcane she is, yes. Alrighty. So, we have... as Isha is absolutely blasting, we've got Savika kind of deforming over here into Bullet Bill Tooth Lady, right? And that's basically the monster that Jinx sees her as. And it's also how she designs Savika's arm, but we'll get to that. So yeah, so we have Isha's sacrifice down there. As we cut into these frames here, where it seems to me, especially with this, like this kind of symbolism, like Silco just like watching and Savika being pretty awful.
you know. Again, they did not have a good relationship in Season 1, folks. One might say Savika 180'd to suddenly be a Jinx stan, but that's fine. And yeah, like, obviously that imagery there is, like, pretty bad. But bad in a good way. Visually yummy, you know. And yeah, if you haven't kind of noticed yet over here, this is obviously very reminiscent of the arm that Jinx makes for Savika, but we will get the best evidences yet to come, don't you worry. So from this kind of little sequence here, we cut into this, which I don't know what this means, I'll be honest. It's maybe just an effect that looks cool. I mean, there is the interesting element that she sees Vi and Vander in pink when she has these like visions and hallucinations, I should say, sorry, like visual hallucinations. And then when we get this effect on her, it's also in pink. So again, I think that just has to do with those particular characters. Maybe not the family, because then you've got, again, Clagger in red and Milo in blue. But yeah, we get these, and then we get this frame here. Again, trouble with this is that we get, you know, one might be like, ooh, is that foreshadowing, you know, the end with Jinx and da-da-da-da. You know, as I pointed out just before, there's X's over I's for characters that don't have a meet their end, I will say. We get it before for Savika, and we had it before for Vi. The only time this is relevant is when it's the X over Isha's forehead in episode 2. Yeah, episode 2. When at the end of the Smeech fight, we get a single frame of the X over the forehead, which obviously, if you've seen me video, you'll know all about that. Which, look, I mean, a little bit chuffed, I will admit. I must admit, because I put a lot of time into those videos. Super chuffed that there's so many little things that I've managed to find and put out there for people to pick up on. You know, simply because I have the tools to be able to do that. And look, absolutely adore that when you search for Arcane stuff, one of my videos pops up near the top. You know, the hidden frames, impact frames, and that kind of thing. Absolutely love that stuff. Let me put in something that you may not have seen, actually. Where would that be? I think that would be here, actually. Just because it's quite interesting, I'll chuck it at the end. Is it that? No, it is not. Where is it? Where is it, folks? I know where it is. Just because this is a little interesting thing I picked up on that I just kind of mentioned that I thought was a thing in a previous stream, and then actually spent the time going through and finding it all. Well, it all in quotation marks. Just so we can have a look at them. Grab that. Beautiful. Lovely. Get rid of that. Pop this open. Pop that open. And pull that over. Chuck that in there. Beauty. And we'll get to that. Sneak peek. Come on, get out of here. Sneak peek while I change this to fit. There we go. Oh, no, you didn't get a sneak peek, bro. iMovie just cucked y'all. So sorry. So sorry, folks. But yeah, super chuffed. super chuffed that I can get these little things out here. Because look, I mean, I just spent 3 hours and I've got what 4 videos of me kind of complaining about a lot of the writing. But look, there's so much to glean from the visuals. These guys absolutely kicked butt, and I think it's important to be able to, and I'm happy to spend dozens and dozens and dozens of hours going through all the footage and finding all these things, pointing them out, quite cool. Anyway, so we go from this shot here, back to Silco. And it is interesting here. We don't have like the sickly orange, yellow eye. It's just this like glinty moon white. But we get this here, which is the hidden frame in the intro of this episode, is this image here. So, of course, naturally with animation, you're going to have single frames that are like this, as it's like trying to transition to a different image. And we get these two. Love this image. Love this one. Love the colouring on it, especially around the eye. As we move through to this, so we've got this another single frame without it. Let me just... Oh, look, that might just be the quality, but I'll just talk and think at the same time. Nah. My initial thought as to why I was just quickly double checking this, I was thinking maybe that's the younger Silco model that we get in the season. I don't think it is. The younger one from season 1, sorry, not from this season, I mean. But no, I think it's maybe just the quality. Anyway, no trouble. That's why we check. So this fantastic scratchy neon image here. Make sure that hasn't moved too far. No, that's looking fine. Yeah, yep, that's all good. Again, these are just some clean Silco imagery, which we always appreciate. Over here into Jinx, and of course it's Enforcer. It's like the 5th time I've done this. Calling Vi Jinx. My god. Vi over here, Violet. And of course, like her Enforcer grey, unleashing the grey outfit kit. Second to last time she saw her. Last time she saw her, she just had the gauntlets and stuff, yeah? So yeah, we get into this like scramble with the glowing eyes into that image there. Awesome. Yeah, so of course she views Vi still as as one of her monsters. They didn't really resolve obviously much of anything between the two of them, unfortunately. If we want to talk about elements that feel a bit rushed, it would definitely be their resolution. Goodness me. Like here, obviously Jinx still views Vi in quite a negative fashion. There hasn't really been a great deal of things in Season 2 that would change that as well, in my opinion. So the fact that she just kind of does that 180, basically in like episode 5? 4. 5, yeah, episode 5. It's very interesting. Obviously, Vanda being in the situation, or Warwick being in the situation, changes things for her, but yeah, it seems a bit, ugh. But we will get we've got some sweet, nice Vi imagery coming up with Jinx. So that's always cool, right? So here we have something quite interesting indeed. So over here, we can see, like, we've got Savika in the yellow. We've got like a bit of a nasty face up here. And then we got this, which looks like Savika's arm, and then this again, which looks like Savika's arm. And look, this just tells me, especially with a lot of the imagery that we got before, especially over here, that, Jinx designs Savika's arm based on, like, the monster or the hallucination that she sees whenever she's, like, haunted by Savika. Which is an awesome detail, which is in a few frames in a 12-second clip that literally flash by. Again, you've got all of these frames that are quickly changing every single frame. A lot of this imagery is on screen for a frame or two. Yes, we have a couple to look at, but when it's in motion, it's hard to, well, damn near impossible, I think, to pick up on a lot of these little bits and bobs, right? But yeah, great little visual detail that they absolutely didn't need to do, the animators, but they did it because they're fantastic, wonderful people. But yeah, very cool little tidbit, in my opinion. Very cool. And how bloody creative of Jinx as well, gee whiz. Cool. So the pink on Vi's hands and arms here, like, morph into Vi's power gloves. As Savika, like, gets more and more, how would I describe that? Crazy? Yeah, again, they don't have a good relationship, folks. The visuals are trying to tell us that. So we've got Vi's power gauntlets on the right coming through. We get this image here. We've got Savika with her beautiful Savika face. And I'm picking this as Savika's hand. Yikes. And then we've got Vi's power glove coming in and going around her to, like, grabbing her shoulder here in quite a, in my opinion, protective fashion. We have another great shot here of the beast that Jinx sees Savika as. And as I said in the first, like, breakdown when I was doing this with my absolutely terrible audio, you could interpret this particular visual as, like, Vi has her in her grasp, and that's not very a positive thing. But I do think a lot of this imagery here is, like, protective, like the hand on the shoulder here, like this here, these kind of give me good vibes, where where is it? This hand on the head gives me very bad vibes, right? And yeah, so the Savika beast there. Another great shot of how Jinx sees Savika and how she designed her arm based on that. And then you see here, like, so just look at the pink here. It'll pop out, and this will kind of pop back. Almost like, it's coming out from, like, holding Jinx's shoulders, like, almost protectively, and, like, punching, or one might say chasing the monsters away, like the story Vi says in Season 1. Nice little tie-in, if that's what we're seeing here visually. Again, we have a few frames to work with. But that's how I interpret that. Like, especially this, like, you've got the punch coming out, and then the impact here, and then coming back, and then it just kind of disappears. That's how I interpret that as a visual. As I mentioned, you could interpret it as Vi, has her in the palm of her hands, if you wanted to go down that route. But yeah, I like the idea that even in Jinx's hallucinations, Vi is chasing her monsters away, right? Because, guys, I mean, we got to find the good stuff in this season to talk about, guys. We've got a lot of wishy-washy stuff here. This is basically everything kind of becoming a bit too much. And then we get just a few seconds. I think this last part here is about 2 seconds. Got Vi looking very monstrous. Oh my God, is that? Hold on. Let me do a zoom and enhance here. Just because I don't think I noticed this before, actually. Hold on. Let me get... No way. Is that baby Savika? Jinx has a little baby, angry baby Savika as well. Wow, so we've got baby Clagger at the start. And I think he actually pops back here. Let me, if we do that, and I can move the zoom frame down to... Yeah, actually. So we've got little baby Savika over here. Goodness me, you see more and more stuff every time we go through it. Which is interesting, because we have baby Clagger earlier. And this is also, like, Clagger over here, before he becomes big man over here, in red on the right. Little baby again. And yeah, this looks like he does have, like, this horrible, like, more. And then we've got Isha coming back here as well, of course. But yeah, goodness me, I'd never noticed, and I've gone through this many times, of course. Never noticed little baby Savika over here. That's cool. So Vi chases her away, and she turns into a big baby. Look at that. Ah, symbolism at its finest. Wow, cool, very cool. Put that back so we can get a better look. Yeah, of course, Milo, Silco. And we've still got Vi looking like a demon up here. Goodness me. And we've got my favourite shot of Silco coming up in one moment, which I'll point out for you, of course. But yeah, so yeah, we've got like little intermediate, because this is not as small as baby Clagger was, sorry. This is like intermediate Clagger with his big toothy maw. Turning into big Clagger. With his goggles on, looking all spoopy. Interesting, another little thing there. So Milo, look at this. Milo up here, we know Milo is in blue. Becomes, look at that. That's like Jinx's monkey symbol, right? Like also with like the resistance, quite similar to that. That's interesting. Not only, obviously, the clapping monkeys, but more the blue monkey with like the skull jaw pattern that we get in season 2 for like the resistance kind of symbolism that we get around her. There's some hidden frames with that in intros. It's not really hidden, it's 2 frames back to back, to be fair. Yeah, interesting. So it kind of half becomes that monkey symbol that Jinx uses, or we see earlier. And here we have some great frames. Alright. Let me zoom and enhance for you folks. Zoom and enhance. Zoomed and enhanced. What a fantastic... Like, he's so over Jinx's shit, he's like over his own hallucination, right? Like, he's like, can I leave? I've literally got to unify Zorn, babe. Why am I here? And he even becomes a little baby version as well. That's great. So we got that absolutely banger visual for Silco being absolutely over, being forced into being a hallucination. And we've got like some pretty bad Vi imagery as well. Of course, Clagger over here just like not looking great, and like Savika screaming into the abyss. Goodness me. Milo looking a bit monkeyish as well. Not as much as before, but yeah, I just love that. Silco. Makes me laugh every time I see it. And we've got Jink. That's the 8th time I've done that. Vi doing the like Italian, like the Italian hand gesture here, as you can see. The pasta, it's not al dente enough. Oh, poor girl. Interesting. Yeah. That's the 12 seconds. Some great stuff in there, you know. Great stuff all the way through. It's probably like one of my, visually one of my favorite parts of the entire season is this 12 seconds. Just because, by golly, there is so much going on, so much storytelling, and you've got just like little bits of character in there as well. It's fantastic. This is the image that I was fiddling around with before. So, very interesting. How's that looking on... yeah, let me make this actually a little bit... It's a little bit too big, so I'll make it smaller. Oh, that's way too big. WTF. I mean, it's not crazy, but it is good to get a nice view of it. That'll do for this purpose. So, we have the faces from Season 1. Here's 3 of them, and this is, of course, Season 1, Episode 1, On the Bridge, the Enforcer faces. And then over here we have Season 2, the faces that Jinx sees on Vi. And it's interesting. So the least, the biggest stretch would be the first one that I put here. Which the only real similarities is we have these X's here, over the eyes. And we have this toothy grin here, and this toothy grin here. Very chill. These two... and these two, however, are exactly the same, right? Only thing missing here is the pupils. They're exactly the same. So I don't know why they reused basically like 2.5 faces. I think the symbolism of Jinx sees Vi as the same monsters as the Enforcers is obvious enough. But I can't really think of anything overly tangible about it. Like one element would be Vi was the one that saw these faces because she's quite young in Season 1. And Powder was closing her eyes. And then the show's basically you reusing these faces to like reinforce visually to the audience that Vi is like becoming the monster that she was so frightened of in Season 1. Quite a stretch. But it is a neat little detail. I don't think it's... Oh, I just knocked the cable again. Sorry if that made a loud noise. I don't think it's anything like they were lazy and just reused a couple faces, right? Cool little detail that, was annoying to put together just because of my OCD of I was trying to make sure I found them all and I was certain there'd be more than 2. So I spent ages and ages and ages comparing all the faces when it was really just the 2 and a half over here. But look, it is what it is. It is, as the kids say, what it is, you know. But just another cool little detail that I wanted to pop in for y'all to have a quick squizzy at. What time are we at? 4 hours. Was there anything from
anything else here that I want to go through? Oh, yes. If we do, actually, we bring this up. Here we are. Here we are, darling. Excellent, excellent. Again, I know I've talked about some of these things before, but some of them were in the middle of streams where my audio was absolutely horrendous, and I totally understand if people could not bear to watch basically 6 hours of that. Totally understandable. So I just want to quickly go through very quickly some of the small elements from the Season 2, hidden impact frames, all of that. So look, if you at this point have already seen all of that, first of all, thanks. Amazing that you've watched 6 hours of me rambling about, that's a nice frame. Ooh, look at that frame. But we'll quickly cover off a few things before I finish up the stream. So if you have any other little bits and bobs and pieces and any little, plot holes or character things you want to talk about, pop them in the chats. We'll cover off a couple quick little bits and bobs here, and then we'll finish up from there, eh? As I think 4 hours is pretty good. Alright. Okay. So as I said before with the X over Isha's forehead, we've got that here. Very obvious foreshadowing, of course. I think most people know visually if a X just magically for a frame is on someone's forehead, probably not going to be a good time for that character. And this, of course, is right after, as mentioned before, the Smeech fight. So a little bit of foreshadowing there. We also have here, let me zoom and enhance. Enhance. So, Caitlyn shoots off. We get these two impact frames here of Caitlyn shooting off Jinx's finger, and if you zoom in, yeah, that's her finger there. So as I said, it kind of causes issues when you're firing a high caliber rifle that's powered by hex tech that is creating hex gates to blast the bullet as fast as it possibly can. How that didn't just explode everything in the finger, again, what kind of bullet are you using? A marble? Even a marble would blow that up. It's a cool detail, but, causes some questions. But two great impact frames from that. And yeah, of course, Isha's little sacrifice here, as we mentioned just before. Gun out, Jinx's gun, shoots it in the air, bing, bang, boom. She's gone. Very bad. Very rough and tumble. So a big one, and this is one of those things that you just can't not see when you see it. So we have in episode 7, Jinx in Powder's reflection for, how long is that? A few seconds? It's a solid few seconds. Not, in my opinion, noticeable on the first watch. I didn't notice it on the first watch. I only noticed it when, I was watching every episode at half speed and pausing every few moments to check things out. And then, when you do that, you find cool things like this, Of course, beautiful impact frames with a pink streak. So basically what this means is Jinx is doing her super speed from the eye of the monkey bomb. That's what that means. It's literally the only thing it can mean. Everybody knows this. Everybody loves it.
spooky Maddie face, of course. Probably the most shared image, easily the most shared impact frame. Most people that know this don't even know that it's like what an impact frame is. Perfectly reasonable, of course. I want to... So we've got, of course, beautiful Victor skull imagery. But what I wanted to do... Let me find something juicy. Here. Let's go to... Yeah. Let's go through here. Alrighty, so couple little tidbits here. Interesting elements. So we want to go to episode 5. We've got some obvious stuff here, or obvious quote unquote. So Jinx is in the background here watching Vi's fight, and she also places a bet on Vi. That is 100% Jinx's fingernails, colouring, her glove, 100% her. But just another little element that I want, and it's just about the visual kind of storytelling that I adore. That is just absolutely not referenced at all. Okay, so this will probably be... Yeah, we'll talk about this little thing here, and then we'll end it, just because, spend about 3 hours talking about a lot of negatives with the show. So let's end it with a little bit of positivity, talking about the elements that I do like about the show, right? Balance it out, make it fair. I think that'll be all good. So this, of course, is in the tunnels. Vi is fighting Warwick, and Vander is watching, and this is like Vander/Warwick's POV. So what we can see here is him charging Vi. But you notice that Vi is looking very small. Very, very small, yeah? Tiny little thin legs. Her gauntlets are like her entire arm. And then we cut in again to here. And we see that is actually Vi's child or like youth model, 3D model. And we get a closer look here, and we see that she doesn't have her tattoo or anything, right? So the implication here, for me at least, is that whilst Warwick is like going crazy trying to kill Vi, Vander is watching, and he sees Vi as like a child. So he's like basically being forced to watch himself try and rip apart Vi as a child. Crazy. Love that. Obviously, that's like not talked about or any. It's just a small 3 frames. That's all you get. 3 frames for that. But that is more impactful to me than half the writing that they did with Vander, because half the writing that they did with Vander in season 2 absolutely frustrated me beyond belief. Again, I absolutely fell for the emotional manipulation that they did in the second arc. I still think the second arc is the best arc, simply because there was a few payoffs that I'd been waiting for a long time. I've been waiting for Warwick since season 1, episode 1, right? So I was quite chuffed with that. Very emotional with the Remember Me music video. Like, if I wasn't an undead ghoul, I'd probably be on the floor in the corner, distressed. But, us undead folk, we have harder skin than that. No, it totally fell for the emotional manipulation that they did. Because basically,
broke my heart, and then the third act came along and just washed its hands of all of that and turned Vander into a mindless drone. Pretty lame. Pretty lame. To me, at least. I'm sure there's maybe 3 people out there that thought that that was brilliant, what they did with Vander and Warwick. I don't get a lot of, or I guess I don't see a lot of people defending that. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong places, but it almost seems it's one of those things that universally people just, even if they love the show, just kind of agree that they're like, yeah, that was annoying, bit of a waste, but it's chill. Jinx is like totally zany and quirky, so it's cool. Yeah, I don't know about all that, folks. I don't know about all that, my friends. Just quickly show you this as well up here, because it's cool. These 2 lovely impact frames when Vi punches Warwick's face off. Everybody loves that. Nicolas Cage, that's Nick Cage there, his face is off. But yeah, like, literally splits his face up, and then it just reforms. Yeah, obviously we see the reforming, but we just see the punch from this white pop, and then reforms. So look, I think that's, why they had to do what they did with Warwick, so then they could have Victor heal himself, but then like they didn't have to go down that path, really. I'll be honest. Or at least, again, I didn't think they had to go down that path, but I guess that's what the writers thought was for the best, Kill Vander, make you all sad, and then reintroduce him as Warwick, and make people that weren't expecting that very confused, and then turn him into a mindless drone, and then kill him again. What were you thinking? Do the writers hate Vander? Like, I'm so confused by it. I cannot for the life of me figure it out. And you also, you annoy Warwick, like actual Warwick fans, because they change the design and they make him Vander and da-da-da-da-da. And then you annoy Vander fans because you just take advantage of us, make us feel sad because you put some sad visuals up, and then you just throw them to the wayside. It's the one element that I like about Jinx's sacrifice in the end. To me, I prefer that she's saving Vander by killing him, right? Saving him from being this like mindless drone, like completely under the control of Victor. That's how I take it, at least. I don't know about y'all, but that's how this media ghoul takes it. Not well. Not well. Alrighty. I think that'll be a good place to end it. Let me jump here and pop here. Yeah, so look, that was my very high budget, very well thought out cringe point for you guys. I hope you enjoyed it, of course. But, I just thought, as I said, we spend over 3 hours complaining about the writing, so thought I'd end it with a couple of the little juicy things that I actually like from season 2, because look, it's not all bad. I've seen a lot of people that are very critical of the season, that have just completely thrown it aside. Look, I mean, let's be completely frank. We had one amazing season, and then we had one misfire in regards to the like huge misfire in regards to the writing in season 2. So like, are we just saying that season 1 was like lucky, and then season 2 was like more what they're capable of? I don't know about that. I don't think you get lucky with something like season 1 of Arcane. I wonder if there was maybe some other voices that came into the writing room, like they hired a couple more writers and they just weren't up to snuff. I've heard one of the showrunners had a bit of a meltdown online. I've tried my best to ignore that, because to me I'd much rather just like blame multiple faceless people than try and be like, yeah, this guy or this girl is actually stupid and doesn't know what they're doing. And again, we have one great season, one pretty mixed season with frankly miserable writing. Does that mean like the IP should be thrown to the wayside? I don't think so. Fortiche, super talented. They've shown both seasons that animation-wise, they know what they're doing. Absolutely, they know what they're doing. We know, people that have played League of Legends for years know that Riot know how to make and produce great music. They've been doing it like every year for over a decade, basically. So that's no shock. And again, season 2 has fantastic music. I have issues with a couple songs, but that's literally down to like meta reasons for one, and then just particular decisions in regards to lyrics and like one or two lines in the others. Like musically, everything's fantastic. Visually, well, because I guess I'm the visuals guy at the moment. There's a few, like, you know, let's be frank and beans. I'm honest about the writing. So, what are some of the visual elements that I thought were very bad? The obvious. The changes to the designs of so many characters to sell skins. I don't care what friggin' Riot, Tryndamere, or whoever it was, posted onto social media. Of course, the person who is representing a multi-million global company is going to say something like, no, we sell skins to make Arcane, we don't make Arcane to sell skins. Of course he's going to say that. The reality is you have to show us that in practice, but you didn't do that. You changed the designs of these characters so you can release skins and sell them. You changed Mel fundamentally as a character so you could put her in the game. So like, what are you smoking? We don't sell, yeah, shut up. That's ridiculous. So that I thought was annoying, especially when we have, like, how many skins for these characters already? If you wanted to change up a look, you could do the, hey, you guys, I bet you League players, bet you remember this skin from 6 years ago, you know? No? Okay. Another thing that bugged me, and look, this might just be me, hated the fact that for half of season 2, Vi's outfit was a leather jacket and bandages around her ribs. Like, yeah, she's been fighting. She needs to heal. She's got bandages around her ribs. But that's it. That's the design. And that's how it is for episode after episode after episode.
I'm not. Yeah. Why? What? Does Vi not own any other clothes? Why do what's I don't personally I don't like the look, and because I don't get it. Right? Like, do you have to, when you've injured your ribs? I haven't been in many fights. I've been in this timeless dimension for like thousands of years. So I haven't been in many fights recently, but like, when you bandage up your ribs, are you like not allowed to put a shirt on? Or is she like trying to be hot? For who? Her sister? She doesn't know Caitlyn's going to be around, so who's she trying to be hot for? She trying to show her abs off to Isha? Or is it Huck? Maybe Huck's got her eyes, and she's... I don't know. I'm not fond of the look. Don't understand why that was the decision that they went down. Like, I legitimately don't know. Was that meant to be, like, bindings to, like, you know, flatten her chest? Or was it just bandages? Either way, why do you not own a shirt, babe? What are we doing here? put a shirt on. Yeah, you got a leather jacket on. Yeah, but you got your leather jacket on skin. Ugh. Have you worn a leather jacket out in the sun? Just on skin? Ew. Brother, ew. Yeah, not fond of the look. I don't get it. I don't understand why she just doesn't, in like one sequence, have the bandages and then has a shirt on, and then you just know that she's got her bandages. Like, I don't get it. I don't understand. I mentioned this, I think, last stream. Another visual element that kind of grinds my gears is that for some reason it feels like visually a lot of these characters have aged between seasons, even though this is like a day after season 1. I feel Echo and Caitlyn very noticeable. Sure, you know, Caitlyn's become like the matriarch of this family after her mother's died, but she hasn't aged 10 years. I do wonder if there's an element, especially with Caitlyn and with Vi, but especially with Caitlyn, of they knew that there was going to be the prison cell scene, so maybe they wanted to make their faces a little bit older looking, so, you know, there wasn't any bizarreness going on, because, you know, we don't technically, yes, there's wikis out there, but technically we don't exactly know the age of a lot of these characters. So they were probably like, well, let's just make sure. let's make sure there's no question. And because look, I mean, Vi was super young when she got put in that prison, you know. And it was, what, 5 to 7 years? I'm not too sure. So, like, yeah, a little bit strange. A little bit like, well, it's Netflix, actually, so it would make sense. It would make sense that they'd do that. Cuties reference, folks. Everybody remembers that, I'm sure. A movie everybody freaked out about and nobody watched. So who actually gives a shit about that? Oh dear. Visuals that weren't too hot. Yeah, I mean, those are kind of some of the majors. I don't think anything else really kind of leaps out into my face in regards to because I've said it before, like, it's annoying when the writers do particular things to change characters, so then they can get the odd visual in there for the shippers. As I've said before, my thing is look, man, if you want to ship them. Don't mess around with the people that already like the character and then take advantage of the shippers by just giving a bit of shipper bait for them. You know, I think that's pretty rude, actually. If you want Javik, make Javik, you know, fine. If you want the time bomb, make the time bomb. I do wonder, though, if I've mentioned it before, but if they held off on officially doing the time bomb, so then they can do the light cannon shipping in Demacia between Jinx and Lux, right? Because there is currently a civil war happening within the Arcane fandom between the time bomb and the light cannon shippers. If you weren't aware, the light cannon shippers are not fond of Echo and Time Bomb. They think Echo, is like a woman beater because he punched the shit out of Jinx. Obviously, they were fighting for their lives, man. Come on, let's be serious. But there is like a civil war going on between those two, and I do wonder if they only did the alt universe time bomb ship so they could have their cake and eat it too, right? They can give you the time bomb imagery, and then next show, if Jinx shows up, they can do light cannon. They can have both. And then there'll be another civil war on all these Reddit pages between the fandoms. The shippers, sorry. Definitely not as crazy as like the Javik shippers versus the people that like Mel and Jace together. That's one thing I'll give you Javik folks. You are very chill, I will admit. You guys make some interesting art. I see a lot of it. But you guys are often very chill in comparison to other shippers. So, like the Kate Vi shippers, guys. I mean, you guys got it. And you're still wanting more. You're still clawing at the seams for more, but you got everything you wanted for 2 seasons, guys. Kate Vi, it's done. They're happy. The relationship is done, I mean, done as in it's official, right? You win. Happy. Be happy about that. Even though some of them ain't too happy how it went, but that's fine. Interesting as well what they'll do if they do the Demacia Noxus Ionia, because they can do the actual relationship. Katarina and Garen. Because Katarina likes to be... That's not appropriate. Look, Katarina's a skinny little tiny thing, and Garen is a big, meaty, muscle-bound man. That's where the joke was going. You can infer your own joke. That's all right. Okay, guys. I think I've rambled on for long enough. Thank you all so much for watching, especially if you've made it this far. I see a couple of you have. I'm not entirely sure what the next stream will be. I do want to do a full stream on the music. It's one of those things where I'm like, I just like music, right? Like, I'm not some crazy musician type that's going to be pointing out, like, well, you see, this interlude here changes to A minor, which is quite reflectant, and Mozart's, I don't know any of that stuff. I'm just going to hey, look at these lyrics. It means this in the story, and it means this to this character, and this song is pretty chill. That'll probably be what that stream is. So if that's of interest to you, make sure you keep an eye out for that. I'll probably rank all the songs as well, although that'll probably be a waste of time because all bar 3 of the songs are like S tier ranking for me, so kind of a waste of time to to do that, because they're all fucking... I swore again, that's twice, I'm so sorry. Or at least said the naughty word. Oh, the heliphages, they're gonna get me later. Yeah. Anyway, folks, thank you all so much.
And I guess I'll catch you in the next video.